Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us for our regular board meeting, November 12th, 2024. Before we get started, I wanted to thank everyone for their support. I'm happy to be re-elected for the school board, and I'm more excited than ever to work hard on behalf of our students and their families, staff, teachers, and our district. To get started, we are honored to have the flag salute performed by Micah Averny, Ben Silver, and Maisie Van Solkeman. If they could please come up.
Please stand for the pledge. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Our mission and vision statement.
Our mission is educational excellence, and our vision is our students will realize their full potential to thrive with integrity in a complex and changing world.
The Beverly Hills Unified School District Community Pledge. The BHUSD community acknowledges that in order to achieve educational excellence, we must act with integrity and respect for each other and our learning environment. Therefore, I pledge to model civil behavior and respect in all communications and in public while maintaining a culture of honesty. Listen and acknowledge differences of opinion. Do my part to protect an inclusive culture in which we honor the relationship between all school community members and honor our learning environment, including how we take care of our schools and personal property. By holding ourselves and each other accountable to this pledge at all times, we will promote an environment of our educational excellence that will allow our entire BHUSD community to thrive.
Thank you very much. Can I get an approval for the agenda?
I'll move to approve the agenda.
I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Do we have to do, is Mrs. Marcus on?
Is Miss Marcus on? She hasn't joined yet. She was going to
Okay.
take a break.
She was going to take a moment and
Okay.
then join us.
Oh, she just popped on. Okay, so Miss
Perfect.
Marcus will be joining us through Zoom.
Because if she was there, we have to do a roll call.
That is correct. Okay, so we'll do a roll call vote.
Next one.
Okay. So to get started, a report of closed session.
Thank you, Dr. Stern. There was no action taken in closed session.
Okay, thank you. It is my pleasure to move on to the teacher-student spotlight. Tim Ellis, I believe, will be coming up, yes, and we will be honoring the girls varsity flag football.
It's my honor to be able to honor our young ladies. This is the first year inaugural season for girls flag football that we had at Beverly Hills High School. We tried last year. We had 2 girls. It was just didn't work. This year we had over 20 that signed up and come out and play. They started off just not knowing what was going on. By the end of the year, they were winning games, and we advanced to the CIF playoffs. So it was very, very exciting. So I'm very proud of these young ladies and what they've done for the school in establishing another women's sport on our campus, and it's only going to grow and get better. So we're going to call them up that are here individually and present them with their little certificate. Isadora Armande Cardoso. Leora Boramond. Miriam Kasdan. Mackenzie Gregory. Matea Hazid. Willow Herboni. Salima, Salma Idrisu. Sorry, I apologize. Salma. Okay. Thanks. Well, there she is. Thanks, Selma. You should have seen her run. She was amazing. Malaya Jackson. And her sister, Maya Jackson. Savina Ja. Milan Katz. Dara Kreshik. Evelyn Kruger. Dariana Rios. Addison Sullivan. Joelle Tabibian. Maisie Van Solkema. Danica Ventura. Tasia Wolf. Manager Adam Lee. And Coach Rucker could not be here tonight because he has his mother-in-law is not doing real well and he had to attend to her. So anyway, these are our young ladies from half of them from the girls flag football team. And we're very excited for them. I want to congratulate them for being here. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Mr. Ellis, can we take a picture with our athletes?
Absolutely.
Please, I would love that.
Pictures. Behind? Okay. Yeah, I am.
Can I give mine to you, please?
Okay.
Thank you. Hi, ladies. Congratulations. Thank you.
Okay. And then all the way forward, guys. Do you want to come actually in front? Yes. That'd be great. Oh, yeah. Okay. Ladies. Students and students. So I'm just going to sort of stagger. Yes. Okay. That's great. Can you go back one? Okay, and you're going to have to come all the way in. Start all the way in.
I'm just going to
All the way in.
You're totally.
Perfect. Hey, Tim, squish all the way in. You're going to be this side of the flag.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Also for the Teacher Student Spotlight, We have the BHHS Performing Arts Department, Samantha Howard. If you want to come up. Sorry, I skipped around because I wanted all the kids to get home who had to get home for homework, and that's why I went to C first. But I do want to now go to Samantha Howard with the Performing Arts Department.
Awesome. We have an is Samantha here?
Yeah.
Oh, perfect. We have an awesome opportunity tonight to acknowledge two different groups of amazing students. We had our student athletes first, and I just want to add also what an incredible accomplishment it is to begin something. When we look back 20, 25 years from now, and we have an like we already do, but an increasingly incredible flag football program, and people ask where it started with these young ladies right here. So we're super grateful to them for everything that they're doing, laying the groundwork for this program, and doing it with such grace and amazing athletic talent this year. In addition to that, we're also going to be talking about our performing arts department tonight, and specifically our theater arts department. We have our first fall play happening beginning later this week with the Diary of Anne Frank. And we just are coming off of a performance about a week and a half ago for the Halloween show, which is an incredibly immersive performance that took place on campus throughout the day for classes to be able to visit, that was written by our students. And really our students showed off their incredible prowess and creativity by creating the performances creating the script in addition to performing it. So tonight we have three people in addition to Ms. Howard to talk about what the year has looked like so far, what we're excited about in terms of the upcoming fall play. Ms. Howard, Thomas Zosch, who is our theater operations specialist and also our stagecraft and design person, as well as Lark Arrowwood, our costume design CTE teacher. They are both with the rest of our students at rehearsal right now at Horace Mann as we speak, because they're doing double duty, coming here to talk about the amazing program and then scurrying right back to continue rehearsal. So without any further ado, congratulations to Ms. Howard, Mika, Ben, and Maisie who are here, and I'm going to hand it off to Ms. Howard to introduce the students and what we're up to tonight.
Okay.
I could start talking while we wait for the images. I think the images are more fun to have going at the same time, but they will pop up momentarily. So thank you, Mr. Stewart, for the very nice introduction. As he said, my name is Samantha Howard. I am the theater director at Beverly Hills High School, and I'm here representing our theater arts production team, which, as he already pointed out, is our technical director, Thomas Zosch, and our costumer, Lark Arrowwood, both of whom are at Horace Mann, as he said. They do send their regrets that they couldn't be here as well. They would love to be here to speak on behalf of our students and our department. But we all thank you for including us and including our students here this evening. As I pondered what I wanted to say tonight, my mind kept going back to conversations that I've had with people where I tell them I teach theater, and inevitably they say, how fun! And while creating theater is invariably fun, it's also one of the most challenging and rewarding endeavors that I have ever done in my life. And teaching it is even more so. I think the primary focus on theater as mostly fun comes from the emphasis placed on the product, with little awareness of the full process that comes before the play. So tonight I want to offer a glimpse into the production process, which is the true essence of what we do as theater creators. So to illustrate, I'm using Hemingway's iceberg theory applied to theater instead of writing. And if you look at that, if the top part of the iceberg is the part that the audience sees, and that's the production itself, then the lower half represents everything in the process leading up to opening night, which begins many, many months before. Many months more than many people even realize. And it includes every step from play selection, script analysis, the design process, auditions, construction, rehearsals, marketing, and honestly so much more. It does represent the work of a full team of artists, and it really begins with the training in the classroom. So tonight we've invited 3 theater students here to share their perspectives on that theatrical process, starting with Mika Avneri, who will discuss her theater class experience, and followed by Ben Silvers, who is going to discuss the production process from an actor's perspective, and finally Maisie Van Solkema, who represents our technical theater artists. She's going to discuss the design and construction process specifically for the upcoming production of The Diary of Anne Frank. So wonderfully displayed by Mr. Margot over there. And so please welcome Mika to the mic.
Hi, good evening, members of the student board and members of our community. My name is Mika Avneri, and I'm a sophomore in the advanced theater class at Beverly Hills High School. Thank you so much for having me here. Mrs. Howard asked me to speak about my experience as a member of the BHHS theater class. I'm a second-year theater student, and I've performed in 2 of our main productions since I've started high school. My favorite part about theater is the collaborative environment that it's allowed me to work with my peers to develop ensemble skills, trust, and teamwork. This year in advanced theater, we've been building on the acting skills that we learned in theater intro class, but we got to dig deeper and explore new perspectives like playwriting and directing. Right now, we are in the middle of presenting our style projects where we studied various theatrical styles. In small groups, we took over the class for a day, taught our classmates what we've researched about our assigned style, and ran a workshop of exercises to help our classmates explore the conventions of the style. Here's an example of the slides that my group and I made for our presentation. Our presentation focused on postmodernism, which is a theatrical style of a play with not an exact ending or beginning. These slides are some examples of how we present to explain to our peers and to teach them more about different theatrical styles. Next week, we will be performing sample scenes showcasing the styles, but we've also been writing original one-act plays, monologues, and scenes. If I had to say why theater is important to me and my classmates, I'd probably say that it's a safe space where we can be ourselves and support each other, even if we have different perspectives and backgrounds. By studying theater, I've gained more self-confidence, empathy for others, time management, and discipline. For this reason, the theater program has not only prepared me for my future career as an actor, but it's also helped me be ready for any task that requires creativity, teamwork, and communication. Thank you for your time and for supporting our theater program.
Good evening, school board and community members. I'm Benny Silvers, a senior in the Theater Arts Workshop class, the capstone class for our CTE acting pathway. I'm here today to speak about our recent project, The Halloween Show. The Halloween Show is a unique and annual project where the TAW and Tech Theater class collaborate to put on a show for our student body. This makes the show one of our most important projects of the whole year because it's the first time in the year the 2 production classes get to collaborate. And it may also be the only show we produce some of our student body will see all year. The show is performed on Halloween for invited classes. TW students write the show and perform the show, sometimes up to 8 times in a day, which is what we did this year. To write the show, we use a collaborative approach with all the TAW students brainstorming ideas and writing segments of dialogue until the script is completed. The tech students design and run all the technical elements for the show, including the set, lighting, sound, and costumes. A fun aspect of this show is that we got to explore special FX makeup effects. My favorite part of the show is the interactive nature of it, almost like it's a haunted house. There were many kids who said it was better than Horror Nights. And a traditional theater production, and to accomplish this, we staged the show in our classroom. Our black box, we staged the show in our classroom, our black box theater next door, and the office in between. The audience moved from one room to the next as a part of the action of the show and met new characters in each location. I've brought a clip of this year's show to give you as a sneak peek.
Which poet can resist a little alliteration? You see what I did there? I am a poet. And I, Madame Mona, consider myself a genius, just like Mr. Poe himself, who we will hopefully summon forth today. I hope to summon his spirit into my own soul, thereby becoming the most powerful literary mind on earth. Be still. My soul shall find itself alone until thine hour of sleep. Be silent, that son, George, Wretch! Thy God hath lent thee, by his angels he hath sent thee. Respite, respite, repent from thy memories. And the spoken word is only that whispered word that screamed this gainly, ungodly, gaunt, ominous bird of yore. Quoth the raven. But can't you see? I've broken through. I've connected. I can channel Edgar Allan Poe today. I just.
Where? Where is my heart?
I know where. Most importantly, I know who has it.
You
You'll have to give it back. No! No! Another heart for my collection.
This is not my heart! Where is my heart?
I must have felt the wrong vibrations. It must be that one over there. Oh, that one over there.
Then face your fear now.
Look with an agony of superstitious terror.
See the presence of a masked figure, tall and gaunt, shrouded from head to foot in the habiliments of the grave. Her features dabbled in blood. She is the living embodiment of terror.
I see. I see. She stands at the door. She comes for me. Fear.
Only this and nothing more.
Sorry. Okay, this is really one of the most unique and fun shows we do all year, giving us a real-world experience in all aspects of the theater production. This year's show received only positive feedback from all who saw it, and we're proud of what we accomplished and how we showcase the talent and dedication of our theater department. Thank you for listening and for having me tonight. Make sure to watch the Anne Frank Show.
Dear Honorary Board, dear Beverly Hills community, my name is Maisie Van Solkema, and I'm excited to be here today to represent our Beverly Hills High School stage production class. Thank you for this opportunity. As we just heard, we are presenting The Diary of Anne Frank. The weight and importance of the show, especially at a time like ours, has been on our mind when designing this production. I brought with me our set design model that was a culmination of a few thoughts as we worked through Anne's journey. The setting of the story is a small apartment in the middle of Amsterdam during World War II. The place is broken up into 3 main playing areas. In order to arrive at this design, we were concerned with the family's experience. This apartment was not their chosen place of living, but rather an emergency solution in a time of need. The setting of the story, as you can see, the layout is focused side to side rather than more exciting front to back layout. This means that the actors will often interact side to side, infusing the show with this feeling of stagnation and a sense of pacing in place, constantly moving but not really going anywhere. Furthermore, each playing area is designed as a box. This is rather unconventional, as it is not typical to design walls perpendicular to the audience. What this creates is a sensation of our characters being trapped in these box-like structures. Combining both these elements creates urgency and pressure as our characters are trapped like animals, foreshadowing their looming fate. It was a true honor to work and execute such an important story. We have spent the past 8 weeks making sure we do Anne, her family, our community, and audience justice. Once again, thank you for this opportunity to present our work. I hope you'll be able to join us for this truly touching and ultimately hopeful and human story.
Thank you, students, for representing our department and our work so well. Before we leave, I did just want to revisit some of what Maisie discussed and to invite you to come see the production of The Diary of Anne Frank. The show opens this Thursday, November 14th, and runs Thursday through Saturday for the next 2 weekends. We also have a 2 p.m. matinee on Saturday the 16th. The show may be just the tip of the iceberg, but it will be the culmination of the work of so many that worked for so long. We hope you enjoyed hearing about our program this evening, and we hope that we'll see you at the show. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to just go around a little bit and have board members, including Remy, tell us some of their thoughts, observations.
Well, I love seeing what the theater arts program does for our school, and unfortunately my classes didn't get to see the Halloween special, but last year I was able to visit it, and I know it's so great. And I saw it was also on KBEV, so I'm excited. I want to go watch that. It looks like it was a lot more fun than Horror Nights, so I get why everyone was saying that. But I can't wait to also watch the Anne Frank play, and thank you so much for all your dedication and hard work, and looking forward to the Anne Frank.
Thank you.
I want to thank because we went over the girls flag football team. Congratulations to all of you. Wonderful to see you here. Wonderful to see another program launching. And to the theater department, I got you guys. So, and I cannot believe it's as if the world is all knowing that this play is going on and what's happening in both Amsterdam and I think it's Michigan, and it's remarkable. So for so many reasons, people need to come see this play because it's not just a local community thing at all. It never was. The book never was, but it's more important than ever. So thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just want to congratulate our Lady Normans. You make us proud, especially when you're trying something new, hasn't been done before, and take it to CIF. So congratulations and thank you for your hard work. As for our performance arts department, very much looking forward to this play. I agree, it's quite timely, unfortunate, but it's good to see that our community is taking this topic seriously, and I look forward to seeing you all there. I'm going on that second Thursday night.
Thank you to the athletes who came tonight, and also I was very impressed to see some of the, I think the word is maquette, right? Some of the Anne Frank design that we saw in miniature. Very interesting. I had no idea that some of the elements of the stage actually add to the larger feeling. And that's why when I hear that some people get a doctorate in theater arts or production, I understand there is a lot of intelligence and design from many different disciplines that goes into it, and I was really happy to see that. And I also will be looking forward to the Anne Frank production this week. Moving on, we have public comment, and a number of you are of the same subject, so I was going to let Mr. Scott Redston come up first if he could, and he has an announcement for us. Thank you.
President Stern, council members, Dr. Breggy, my name is Scott Redston, and I represent the BHUSD Charitable Foundation. In 2008, my daughter was a student at Beverly Hills High School, and she came home one night and told us that one of her close senior friends, BHUSD, had been killed by a drunk driver. And it sent shockwaves through the school. And that's what created the BHUSD Charitable Foundation, which is now in its 17th year. The organization has helped Beverly Hills High School students to build healthy and productive lives, making choices that matter, and focus on enhancing the quality of their education through scholarships and other material aid. The foundation has touched the lives of so many students, and we look forward to keeping the legacy of BHUSD going for a number of years. Have any of the board members participated years ago in our 5K runs that I helped sponsor?
Scott, you know I did.
I know you did, and you still are
'Cause
probably
I
feeling
dread
it.
that hill at the beginning of the run.
Well, for all of you that are not interested in running 5Ks, due to COVID, we've shifted to tree planting to help the community and the environment. Have any of you attended our previous 3 tree plantings? It's been at Roxbury Park. It's been at Coldwater Canyon, Greystone Mansion, and now this year we're going to be having it at La Cienega Park. It is going to be December 1st at 9:30 in the morning. And for all of you that are dreading 9:30 in the morning on a Sunday, I will personally take responsibility and have plenty of Phil's coffee available. There is parking across the street, 2 hours, and we promise we won't take that long, but we really encourage the board members, the community that's watching, and all of you here to participate. Your meaningful contribution is a step to enhance the vitality of our environment and our community. Anyone who is interested in finding out more about the organization can visit the vahogfoundation.org, and you can make donations there. Thank you very much, and look forward to seeing you all.
Thank you. Okay. Next, for public comment, we have Bella Ivory. I believe. You want the students to go first? Okay. All right. See, I'm not sure which is a student. All right. Journey Burrell Williams. Journey Burrell Williams. Okay. Thank you. And you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Journey Burrell Williams. I'm a senior here, and I've also been a member of BSU for 4 years, and I'm one of the presidents. At this school, I've had to deal with a lot of racism my entire life, but coming to Beverly, I've unfortunately had to experience a lot more. I kind of taught myself to get used to it and ignore it, but the week of the election, it became utterly impossible to just ignore it. From 8:30 to 2:30 all week, being at school felt like being in a nightmare. What the black students and Miss Bella had to deal with that week had absolutely nothing to do with politics. That week, being stormed, being called the N-word, being shunned all because you were black, became the normal. It's so disheartening to know that a school that prides itself on opportunity and diversity turned away from their staff and students crying out for help. No one deserves to feel like how we felt that week, and I hope speaking here today stops anything like this from ever happening again. Neither me nor anyone else should ever have to go to school in fear of being racially discriminated against, with no one there to protect them. Thank you.
Next, we have Zakai Hoy. Zakai Hoy ceded his time to Xavier Hoy. So, Xavier Hoy. You have 6 minutes, Xavier. Thank you.
6 minutes. All right. Yeah, how y'all doing? I wanted to say, to be honest, it's sad that I even have to come up here and speak on this issue that should have been solved by school staff a long time ago. And throughout all my years being in this school, it's been nonstop racist things happening, and I've had numerous conversations with multiple staff members, and administration, admins throughout my years being here, and nothing's really happened. Like nothing's really came of all those conversations. So I just wanted to ask what for anybody that can answer, what are y'all doing to fix these problems going on? And do y'all think these problems can genuinely stop? Because it's been too much. Now I'm gonna leave the school next year, so I'm not gonna be here to see any changes. But it's just sad to see. It's just disappointing. That's all I really had to say.
Bianca James. Thank you, Bianca. 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Bianca James. I've been in this Beverly School District all of my life, and I loved my time being here. But in the middle school, I've seen a huge change in how people act. I've seen a lot of racism. I've had to be called out to the office a lot. I've had to be excused from classes because I wasn't mentally okay to be in classes around others that weren't treating me okay. And it's nice that I have a support system at the middle school and at the high school, but it's angering when I see all of the racism and stuff happen without anyone being held accountable. And I was one of the students in Miss Bella's classroom when that whole lunch thing was going on, and hearing her tell us how unsettling it was to see us be that scared, and even her leaving in tears was one of the most disappointing things I've ever seen. I've seen teachers stick up for me, but I've never seen them stick up for me the way Miss Bella did. And I really think that everybody should give Miss Bella a proper apology, because she didn't deserve to leave the school like that. I also would like to know, just also for anybody who can give me an answer, on what we can do to fix this from happening, because my parents and I and my whole family are really tired of having to go through the same conversation every time and ask them, what are they going to do to fix this? Are you I've had my parents ask me if I really wanted to go to school some days because that's how unsafe I felt. And to kind of conclude this, I just want to know, what can we do to fix this? What can we do to stop people from bullying people that look like me, or either students that don't look like me from other cultures? And what can we do to make people feel safe? Because that's also been a huge question of mine. Thank you.
Thank you. Zoe Bernard.
Hi guys. So I was also one of the students that was in Ms. Bella's class when this situation happened, and honestly I was absolutely terrified. I wasn't sure what was going on, and I was led outside where I had to wait for Ms. Bella to come out, and I heard that she was crying, and I didn't know what to do. I wanted to go check up on her, but there were kids holding the flag. They were holding the flag and they wouldn't let her out of the classroom. So once we got her out of the classroom, we heard Persian boys saying mission accomplished. We made Ms. Bella cry. And I don't understand how can students be like that, be able to make a teacher cry and feel good about it. She was in tears and we had to walk her to the car. And after that day, I was honestly terrified to go to school. Terrified. I couldn't even sleep at night knowing that after that election, I knew Donald Trump won, and I knew that I had to go back to school and listen to these kids rally and all that. And it was just so sad. I had a panic attack before I was even able to get out the house. And I couldn't even go to my second period class because all the kids in my class were just Trump ralliers. And I just find it so disappointing that the school even allowed this to even take place, letting kids be able to wear flags and hats, and you know it's election day, so there could have been so many precautions taken in order to get this done. And I honestly just want to know, like, are you guys ever going to get anything done or do something about this? Because I'm from Louisiana. Louisiana is known as a red state. It's very racist there. And I thought coming to California would be, you know, a new change of scenery. But to know that I live in Beverly Hills and I also have to go through racism from other kids that are also people of color, I find that just so, like, sad, honestly. And that's all I have to say.
Alexander Adresina.
Good evening. My name is Alexander Adesina, and I am a current member of the Black Student Union. I decided to speak today to bring to light a pressing issue at our school, the persistent racial tensions and recent incidents that have exacerbated the issue. In recent weeks, I have seen racial slurs scrawled across the walls of our bathrooms, hateful rhetorics being spoken by fellow students in the hallways we share, and violent behavior towards Miss Bella and our club. For instance, during a recent Trump rally, some students repeatedly banged on the door, leaving us watching in disbelief and some fearing and fearing for their lives and for their health as the mob left our door and pushed further, chanting hateful rhetoric and leaving the students feeling harmed and uncertain for their safety. This issue has left me personally seeing others' reactions to hateful antics of the crowd and acts of heroism, whilst it leaves my students and fellow students and fellow friends of mine distraught and seeking help from a situation that seems to be getting worse day by day. I believe these problems stem from a lack of communication and misconception that such issues can be simply brushed under the rug. This is a bigger situation than any of us, and as a school we have to uphold Beverly Hills' reputation. Yet, as school rankings shake and families reconsider bringing their children to our school due to the behavioral climate, addressing issues like this is essential to maintaining our community's glory. The school administration has direct communication with students through Norman Aid system, which includes a daily message that can outline strict disciplinary actions against hate speech and all forms of discrimination, making it clear that these actions will be swiftly addressed. This will be a small but powerful step in the right direction, as many students seem to believe that they are immune to repercussions for racial misconduct. But sending a clear message that all harmful actions will be met with consequences could help shift this perception and improve our school's environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more students that wish to speak?
Hello, I'm Faith Deloach, and I have been a member of BSU for a short time, but during this time I have seen several things go wrong and seen so much just hate spread around the classroom. And during this election, seeing these students rally up in major hallways in the lunchroom and go to different teachers where teachers felt unsafe and felt even for it hard to sleep at night, to even go to class the next day, to feel burdened just by other students, I feel is not okay. I feel like we should be a community of togetherness, teachers and students alike. I also feel that no matter who you support or who you are, you deserve to have your own opinions and not have that affect who you are as a person and what's going to happen to you. Now, I believe that the ways we can fix this is by just being able to hold those students accountable and to not allow things like this again to happen. Now, we can always form together to be able to be a community, but we should not be forming together to be against another community. I have seen several students just run past the hallways and call people slurs, and even experienced it myself, being called a slur just randomly as with a kid with a flag running past. And I believe that if we just set our best foot forward and continue to follow community, we will be able to lessen the discrimination against other students and teachers. What happened at Miss Bella's was not okay. I also believe that other students feeling scared and fearing for their lives was also not okay. I believe that if I can't bring a painkiller to school, kids shouldn't be able to bring flax to school. And with that, it just comes with so many different things just happening. And I believe that if we just start putting harder restrictions on things like this, as they do with other things like painkillers and coming to school with something too heavy or your backpack being too full, I just believe that if we put harder restrictions on the things that, on everything, instead of just some things, we can go one step in the right direction.
Thank you.
Hello all, my name is Salma Drisu, and I've been in this school district for the past 6 years. And although I was aware of the pure hatred and racism in my time being here, it was never expressed to the way that it was last week. I knew that there is racism in the world, but in my school district, I figured it's okay, people have understanding. This is Los Angeles and people are diverse. My family have all been through this school, and my family have all been through the school district, and time again, I've heard the same thing. Nice school, but racist. But I disregarded it. I had faith in the school, and I figured I'd have a better experience because times have changed. Last week, I was having a conversation with Ms. Bella during lunch, and I received a message from my friend with a ton of students marching and rallying, and it was a video. Later on, within the next 45 seconds, I heard a loud noise of banging at the classroom. And once I looked at the class through the little peephole and saw all the students shouting words of profanity and hate, my heart dropped, and I broke into tears of fear. I never felt this scared at school in my life. I've never felt this scared at school and in fear of my life, but since then I have not been able to look at my school the same. I'm highly disappointed to be able to understand what my family members have said, but I have hope with more hard work that we can make a change for the better. So my question is to you all, are you guys willing to fight and make changes in order to fix this prevailing issue?
Thank you. Are there any other students who would like to, or Bella? Okay.
Hi, you guys. Most of you guys know me. I'm Bella Ivory. I am the fashion design teacher. I think that I've been much more than a fashion design teacher to all of the kids here at the school, not just to BSU. I take every child that comes into my class, I look at them like they're my own, and I treat them like they're my babies, every last one of them. My computer, and the kids can attest to this, used to be, I have 2 computer screens on my desk, and it just was filled with sticky notes and notes from kids of all races, of all colors, of all creative religions, everybody that goes to the school. I love you, Miss Bella. We love you, Miss Bella. I promised myself I wasn't crying. This is probably one of the hardest things I've ever had to do, being a mother to a biracial child. I always thought, and probably some black parents can attest to this, at least my son won't have to go through this. But he has. He's a student at BV, and he's been called a nigger too. I'm afraid to take my son to school. I'm afraid to come to campus, because I don't know what's going to happen. There was an article that was written in the LA Times last Friday. And the response that was given to the reporter was very soft, borderline untrue, and didn't take into consideration the feelings of the kids that I had to turn around and see looking at me with so much fear in their eyes,
saying, Miss Bella, please don't open that door. Oh my gosh, they look like KKK. I'm from the South. I grew up in the South. I've seen KKK walk the streets of Louisville, Kentucky. I grew up being called a nigger as a little girl. I never expected this to happen. So much hate, and it's so visceral. I will say this. I'm very proud of the kids that came today because they were so afraid. They were so afraid to say anything. I didn't come to work today because over the weekend I was attacked by Beverly Hills parents for speaking my truth, for speaking their truth. And it's hard. I didn't take my son to school because I don't know if he's going to be targeted. And it's hard because I've come to this school every day for almost 5 years. And I've given my all to these kids. And I'm going to ask you guys if I can just continue just for a little bit longer so that I can say this. What happened last week was not about an election. What happened last week has been something that's ever since I started here, I've said something about. I've sent messages. I've said that we have a diversity issue on this campus. I've had to have conversations. The last time I said something about this, when I was chosen to help Ms. Collins-Williams and Mr. Stewart get a hold of the things that's going on this campus, I said we have to stop this before somebody gets hurt. But never did I think that I may be that person that was going to get hurt. Kids banging on the door and rattling the handle, and I'm holding on to the handle just thinking, oh my gosh, if they get in here, what am I going to do? Because I have to protect these kids. I'm not mad at anybody. I just ask that we all take a moment to understand that they're still children. And the things that they're seeing, they shouldn't have to worry about right now. So I'm gonna leave this, I'm gonna leave with saying this. Up until September, I was such a beloved teacher on this campus. But when I was asked to help facilitate a way for the campus so that we can make the campus safe for everybody and have the Jewish kids and the black kids get along, I did that. I said, I would love to do it. I will. But ever since then, some student has wrote on the sign outside my door, Miss Bella's a cunt. I've gotten really crummy messages on Instagram. And I even told Mr. Stewart when I went home crying last Tuesday, I don't think I'm going to be able to do this because I think the kids, the Jewish kids, think that I'm turning against them. And that's never been me. That's not me. That's not me. And I just hope that we can come together in some kind of way to make everybody feel safe because I don't even know if I can bring my son back. I'm thinking about homeschooling my son for this last year of his middle school because if something was to happen to my son, I would blame myself. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Sean Tabibian. Sean Tabibian.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Sean Tabibian. I am a parent of students here in the Beverly Hills School District. An interesting story. In 1971, I was born in Dallas, Texas. And being Jewish, my family lived in Iran. And during the revolution, when the revolution first started, we had to leave Iran because of my American background and my Jewish background. We had to come to the United States. And I specifically remember when the hostage crisis happened in 1979, how I was treated in school. I used to get spit on. I used to get bullied. I used to, have to worry about, what people would say to me and how I felt. And that's no place, it's no way to feel when you come to school. School is supposed to be a safe place. America is supposed to be a safe place. And when I hear some of these stories about, people in our school, our fellow classmates, our community members, you know, being, you know, having that feeling of being, you know, targeted for any reason, it's very disappointing. At the end of the day, you know, politics are gonna come and go. Your time here is precious. You know, as a person who's had, you know, an amazing experience in high school, even though I got kicked out of 6 high schools, you know, I go back and I think to myself, you know, in 10 years when you see your fellow classmates, you're not going to care what political beliefs they had or, you know, what flag they had. They were your classmates. They were your you know, they came from your school. You guys got to have this kind of love and support. And I don't think that this place is an unsafe place. It's not. We're not that kind of community. I can tell you from my experience in dealing with a lot of people in the Persian Jewish community, I know that they don't have these kind of feelings. Now, a lot of these kids are immature and they cannot, you know, manifest, you know, the reality of what's going on here. And maybe they are acting out. Maybe there might be problems, you know, at home that need better education and better understanding. But at the end of the day, I don't think these kids are bad kids. I think this community is a fantastic community. The people in this community need to embrace each other, their differences, and we need to come together as a community. And there's no place for any kind of racial bigotry. There's no place in this, in anywhere in America. We've come too far. We've come way too far. And I think it's really important. And, you know, we got to hear the students. We got to hear the parents. And I hope we all come together and make this place a better place. Because it really, you know, we are living and going to school in one of the most amazing places, in one of the most amazing states, in the most amazing country. And if you don't want to believe how amazing this country is, go check out some other places. Okay? So give each other the love and opportunity, give each other the support. You know, if there's differences you guys have, you got to work it out together because there's no room for that and there's always room for love. Okay? Wish you one.
Thank you very much. Ziba Mansouri? Ziba? Ziba not here? Okay. Lisa Babcock. Lisa. Not here. Okay. Amanda Marr.
Good evening, members of the board and the community. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. It's unfortunate that while I initially had planned on coming here to see my daughter receive an award for the inaugural flag football team, some incidents surrounding the election really pulled at my heartstrings, and I feel it's important that I am a voice, not just for my daughter, but for a lot of the other students that are in school with her. Events surrounding the election have unleashed a wave of threatening behavior that is simply unacceptable. My daughter has witnessed students engage in mob-like tactics, including racial slurs like F. Kamala, deport all the Mexicans, and calling black students the N-word. Even students running up on both students and teachers based on the color of their skin or their opposing political belief. I'm aware that there is a video that was reposted that appears very celebratory and innocent. And many are wondering why can't we celebrate President Trump? Well, that's far from what this issue is. I can assure you that there are many other videos that are circulating that are not the video that you've seen reposted by Trump Jr. This isn't a matter of political disagreement. This is an assault on the very values we claim to uphold. As I listened to the mission statement, a word stood out to me: accountable. How accountable are we being? No student or faculty should ever feel intimidated or threatened in a place that is supposed to be a sanctuary for learning. My daughter has come home in tears, expressing her fears about going to school. She's missed school. She's missed classes. She didn't even go to school the day after the election. We are allowing an atmosphere of hostility to seep into our hallways. I can positively say that Black students on Beverly Hills High School campus don't feel supported. They feel disenfranchised, marginalized, and are even afraid to speak up. This pattern of racist conduct cannot be ignored. It is heartbreaking to see our school, a place that should celebrate diversity and inclusion, become a breeding ground for division and fear. We're better than this. We've got to be better than this. I implore the board to take immediate and decisive action. We need to implement educational programs that promote tolerance, empathy, and respect among the students. Let us stand together and ensure that every student feels safe, respected, and empowered in our community. We have a responsibility to our children to protect them, nurture them, and provide an environment where they can thrive without fear. I'm confident we can overcome the racism the same way we have anti-Semitism. Thank you for your attention. I urge you to take necessary steps. There is no patriotism in racism.
Thank you. Mirat Neiman? Mirat, okay. Okay. With that, I think we have all public commenters. Okay. Can I get an approval for the consent calendar?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar minus item C.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, let's move. I don't think Rochelle, did she get on? Rochelle, are you on with us?
Can I just say, Dr. Stern,
Okay.
that was a very
I'm here. I just couldn't reach the phone, the button in time. I
Okay.
approve.
Okay, thank you. We'll keep making sure you can hear us.
I think you seconded.
I'll do it again. I'll second. Okay.
and I moved.
Okay. We're all yays, and Rochelle just responded that she also is. Thank you.
Before we go into item C, I just want to say that we just experienced a very heavy, deep public comment. It's not lost on us. We have the business at hand to discuss. We don't respond to public comment. But just know that it's baking in there.
And I also want to thank the students who so eloquently came up. And I want to thank you, and I hope that you get some sleep and have a nice evening, or if you're still joining us, thank you for staying with us. With that, we will continue with our board business.
We have to do item C.
Item C. Okay, so approval of LACO's tobacco use prevention education, or I think we'll wait a second for.
Well, you sure know how to clear a room, Dr. Stern.
Something I
See
said.
what consent calendar does? It just
Yeah. Can I go too? Okay, thank you, Ms. Collins-Williams, for your patience. I know you are the TUPE coordinator, Tobacco Use Prevention Education, and you're going to speak about the grant contract. Someone had a question?
Yeah, I pulled it, but it hasn't been moved on.
Oh, right, we discuss it, and then,
Well, you don't have an item on the floor to discuss.
I'll make a motion to approve item 9C, LACO's Tobacco Use Prevention Education, aka TUP grant contract.
Okay, I'll second.
Okay.
Discussion.
Yeah, I had asked staff about this, and I think something that we've been experiencing, and these are the small opportunities that when they come up, is how much time and resources do we want to put into something like from the county, it's a county program. One, that its effectiveness is really immeasurable. We cannot say whether it works or not. We know we have vaping and smoking issues throughout our schools and middle school and high school. When I was an elementary school teacher, I worked on this in my school, both this and the DARE. And I find it to be unnecessary. I think it's cutting into more important educational opportunities for our students. You know, we are trying to catch up from being behind. We continually complain amongst ourselves about our performance on scores. And I think it's time to start streamlining all of these extra little programs that I understand the county funds it, but we still have to execute it. So
You're saying including the time involved in preparing an application, all of it,
yes,
submitting
yes.
it.
Whatever happens with it, and it's not, I know it's positively intended, right? It's to help prevent that, but that's something we can, which I believe we also do put in our health classes, which are mandatory, and we do cover, drug use and stuff like that in health. So I just think this is just an extemporaneous thing that the county puts out there, and it doesn't, like I said, we want our success based on measurable data. There is no measurable data on this. And we know we have a vaping problem in our schools. Every school in the country does. Okay, so what is the success rate of this program? I don't know. And it's nothing against those at LACO. It's nothing against our department, Laura, that does this. It's just whether we want to decide to continue to allow this to take the place of potential time that our students could be focusing on the core curriculum.
I guess I'm not sure about the time commitment involved in this, and
Go
I'm going to
ahead.
defer to Laura.
So it's integrated throughout the curriculum. Staff time is outside of this workday. They're paid a stipend to do it for preparation and for the training that they receive from LACO for it. It's integrated throughout the curriculum that we're already using in school. We do it in advisory periods at the high school and sometimes in the middle school, or health, depending on or PE, where it's best, where it fits in best. However, without it, I feel like we are going in the wrong direction. We do have measurable data. I presented to the board last school year where we were able to show that vaping at the high school, vaping suspensions were down 58%, and it was because we were when we found students vaping, we were intervening, and we also partnered that with our Angels at Risk program for students who are actually experiencing substance abuse issues to support them and their families to try to address them. Mr. Margot made a good point. It doesn't cost the district anything monetarily. This is a grant. And there's also a big conference that students at the high school attend at the end of the year as part of this grant to help with tobacco use and prevention education that our students at the high school attend every year. So to take it away would be creating a hole that we don't know what we're going to fill it with right at this time.
I say reading and math. That's what I say fill it with.
But we are addressing reading and math across the board.
We are, but I get to say this in my penultimate meeting here. We're stagnant, okay? Our increases, our decreases, our flats have pretty much stayed the same. And I watch it year over year.
Right.
But two-pay is not the reason.
No.
Either way.
It's 15
either
to
way.
20 minutes.
And we do teach, like you said, we teach some of this stuff in health and PE anyway. It's part of the curriculum anyway. And what I'm trying to say is, I wish the county would say, here's a grant to increase your reading scores. Here's a grant to help with your math tutoring. Here's a grant, because these are the things that are measurable data. These are the things that our school is being ranked on, fortunately or unfortunately, okay? I know Dr. Stern and I have had discussions about, the rankings are the rankings. We can't control what they are, but they're not based on tobacco prevention. That's what they're not based on.
But we do have funds for the other things, the Learning Recovery Grant and all the federal funding that we received for that we've been utilizing to put other things in place, such as the programs that Dr. Steeman has in his division and the things I have in my division. But TUPE is not the reason that our scores are flat. TUPE is an additional support to students who may be struggling academically, who are turning to things such as tobacco or vaping to help them cope, that we need to make sure we have available to the students. But I'm going to respectfully disagree that TUPE is the reason that we are not making academic progress. The amount of time is immeasurable. It is not, the amount of time spent on TUPE is not taking away from academics. And that's.
But it is time.
Yeah. Well, I just want to confirm, if I'm hearing you correctly, when TUPE is put into play, it's not in academic time.
It can be. It can be in health. It can be in PE. It can be in advisory. It depends on when we're able to integrate it in. What I'm saying is that it's not a large amount of time that is taking an immense amount of instructional time away from reading or math or anything else that should be impacting our scores negatively.
Or is there a workload on the students, like for homework purposes? I mean, compared
there's
to
not
like
a lot.
the math and reading they need to be doing?
No.
Okay. All right.
No.
I mean, I feel like it's pretty benign myself from what I understand, but I hear you, and we don't want to get distracted from
if we keep doing the same thing over and over again, don't be surprised when the results are the same.
Right, but
I
this
hear
is
you on that, but
My
assuming
question is simply, can I ask a question?
Please, thank you, Rochelle.
At this point, are we committed to the program for this year, and we're taking this contract now with that understanding that we were planning to do it all along?
That is correct, Mrs. Marcus.
Was there a sort of an agreement that we would be doing this, and this is now the contract that's got to be approved for the 24-25 year? How far along are we on this right now?
That is correct, Mrs. Marcus. We have staff that have been selected. We would be paying out stipends in December for work that's being done currently. And we are planning to move forward with this for the 24-25 school year. Should the board want to take other direction, we would need to possibly consider it for 25-26.
If we're already into it already, I don't think that it would be wise at this point to pull the plug, so to speak. But I do feel I would like to know how many other schools in the county have this program, and if they've used it before, why are they not using it now? Why? So that we get an idea of whether, if we don't want to continue, we don't make a commitment for the following year, and we do end the program at this time. I'm not willing to pull the plug right now, but I do feel that I'd like some of those questions answered.
I like that as well, Ms. Marcus. I tend to agree with
I would be happy to provide the board with information from the county regarding who uses it and who's not using it, and try to get some data as to why they are or why they are not. I would be happy to follow up and do that.
But I would like to make the point that I do know a lot of parents in the middle school and the high school that have students that are starting to vape and are starting to smoke. And maybe not everybody wants to admit it, but this is a problem that we are facing. And we even have discussed having or installing vaping detectors in our restrooms. And so the reason why I asked about academic instructional time is I understand that it's during the school day, and you've said as much, but assuming that it is not taking away from academic instructional time, meaning it's during PE, it's during advisory, during health, which is academic, but this is a topic of health, so it's germane. I think that we would be remiss to take this away. Now, the effectiveness of the program, I would encourage you to monitor it. It's nice that it's free, but I don't want to do something that's free that's not working. Agreed. So please keep an eye on that. But I will say that I know a lot of parents who are very concerned about various types of smoking.
Yes.
It's probably misnamed, in fact. I mean, right. I mean, it sounds like it's something that, like, when I was like in 6th grade, like.
Yeah.
I mean, we had the DARE program and so on. It was part of the culture. So I hear nobody is as interested in academic achievement as All of us are. But I don't really see this detracting from that. This is like
Yeah,
in
I
addition
agree.
to
But
that.
more information, I think,
Yeah.
might be helpful. So,
I agree.
with that,
I just wanted to say also,
Please.
and thank you
Yes.
for supplying the data and the answers to this, Laura.
Mm-hmm.
If there is a reduction in suspensions based on people, that's great. But you will not know if there's a reduction in use. You can't know what people do at home. You can't know the effect that this has ongoing. So I just want to make that clear.
Right. We're concerned with what's happening
Outside.
in our
Purview.
time when
I
we're
think
responsible.
it might be why to know if other districts are still using it and how, if some have dropped, why they've dropped, so that we get I think I understand the concern about the effectiveness of the program.
Yes, I would be happy to look into that, Ms. Marcus, and get back to the board. I just also want to share, I was in a meeting with a colleague last week, and she pulled out a bucket full of vapes that their staff had pulled out of toilets in their schools.
I'm
That
not
was
surprised to
blocking
hear
the
that.
system.
Yeah.
whoa, which
So,
school?
It's outside of this
Oh.
this district, outside of this county,
Sorry,
but
okay.
it was literally a paint bucket full, and she said this is 2 weeks worth. So we're trying not to be in that situation, and this is part of how to avoid it. Not the whole answer, but part of it.
Okay. Further discussion on that? Okay, so call for the vote. We're going to do a roll call vote because we have Rochelle. Rochelle, we're going to take a vote. Yay or nay? Rochelle Marcus?
Yes.
Okay. Provisional vote by Remy?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Marcus?
Who's that?
Mr. Margot.
Is it Margot?
Mr. Margot. Okay, but Margot and Marcus sound, sorry. Okay, after
Mr.
4.5 years, I can do that.
Just
Okay, very
Mr.
sorry. Mr.
No.
Mr. Margot. Okay, so no. Okay, Ms. Menasheri?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. Thank you. Motion carries.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you, Ms. Collins-Williams. All right, we're going to move on to reports. Student board member report with Remy. And Remy, thank you for coming back to us. I know it's been a very productive and lengthy season with water polo. And
Yeah.
congratulations on
I'm
all
happy
your.
to be back. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Sorry I couldn't make the other ones. It's
No, you're
chaotic with
forgiven.
when they always fell on the days of the board meetings.
Okay.
But just waiting for to show
Those are
up.
good reasons to miss a meeting.
Yeah.
I missed you
Should've had
guys
the
as
cap
well.
on. Should've wore the cap today. The water polo cap. It's just the most embarrassing thing to wear.
Student board member report. So to start off at Beverly, we just had the blood drive last Thursday, and it was our school hosted a successful blood drive in partnership with UCLA Health, where we reached our goal of 60 donors. Each donation has the potential to save up to 3 lives, meaning our collective effort could help nearly 180 people in need. And those who also donated, not only did they help save 3 lives, but they received AMC gift cards, and from the UCLA Health donated those to give to students. And this turnout reflects the dedication of our students, staff, and community to making a positive impact. And we're already looking forward to our next blood drive, which is scheduled for March 13th. Also, mostly this semester was mostly staff members who came, which was a lot nicer to see that how like adults were coming to help. Most of the times we see students, but it was more of a mix this year, so we love seeing that. And at Rodeo, the third grade students have been diving into the structure of government and key vocabulary related to voting. To bring the lesson to life, at Rodeo organized a hands-on campaign activity where each student was assigned a unique type of candy as their candidate. Their mission was to create campaign posters, promotional materials, and persuasive speeches to win support for their candy. The students even designed ballot boxes and set up a dedicated voting area, transforming the classroom into a lively polling station. Students from other grades were invited to participate, casting votes for their favorite candidate, making it a very widespread community for all those students, and everyone could take part of it. Also, students in Miss Radonsky's class are working on campaign posters because of the past election, so that they can have an election in their class for the literary leader book character mascot. The goal is to elect a mascot that exemplifies the eagle characteristics of respect, engaged, and open-minded. And here in this image, you can see the different drawings that the students made. Very artistic. Here's some of the Halloween spirit that was going around, since I wasn't able to get it to you guys earlier, but it's fun to see how all these kids dressed up and they're all engaged and showing their school spirit, or this coming together to show the spirit of the school. At Horseman, they recently held student council elections as well for the 2024-25 school year, giving 5th grade students the chance to run for positions such as president, vice president, and secretary. As part of the election process, each presidential candidate presented a speech to the entire student body during organized assemblies. Every student from TK to 5th grade had the opportunity to participate by casting a vote, making this a truly inclusive event for the school community. What I also loved about how Rodeo and Horseman are both doing this for the elementary students is that when I was in elementary, we didn't really have a president or vice president or even a secretary position. It was more a student council where it was a group. But this really will push those students to go further and go into see what they like, build their leadership skills, and then also make them more responsible. This is also some photos of the annual Halloween parade at Horseman. In addition, at Horseman, each year the art teacher, Tiffany Graham, creates a beautiful Dia de los Muertos installation that brings the school community together in remembrance and celebration. The installation includes student artwork along with photos and memorabilia honoring family members of both students and staff who have passed away. Following the parade, parents were invited to view the display for an entire week, including each day during parent-teacher conferences, providing a meaningful space for reflection and connection. And you can see how lovely they made it in the top right and left. On the 1st grade field trip to Tree People, students and teachers enjoyed a guided tour along beautiful trails, learning about nature firsthand. They visited the Watershed Garden, where they watched a live demonstration of how rainwater flows through and impacts our urban environment. To make the experience even more memorable, each student got to plant a seedling to take home, fostering a lasting connection to environmental care. And that's all for now, so thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's go around. Mr. Margot?
No,
Okay.
I got nothing.
Ms.
Glad
Marshall?
Remy's back.
No comment. Nice to have you back.
Yes, very nice to have you back, and thank you for sharing with us. With that, we're moving to the superintendent report.
Did he steal your thunder?
Oh, he always does. That's, but that's good. We don't have too many repeats.
You always outcompete me.
Oh, no.
Settle down, please.
No.
I don't want to use my gavel. I haven't yet. This might be the first time.
Just a short report for you tonight, so I can introduce our main event, which is our strategic plan. And I know this will take just a second to click over. So as I normally do, we start off with recognitions and acknowledgements. Not only is it National Native American Heritage Month, but we're also celebrating Diwali as well. We have Good Nutrition Month. We've done a lot of work with our wellness committee on the nutrition in our school district. And I really appreciate the time and effort that's going into evaluating our menu items. We're also looking at the potential of becoming a nut-free school district, and we're looking at what drives school districts to make that decision. What are the implications behind that decision? Does that make our schools safer for kids? And we are looking at that kind of information before we bring some information to our board. It's also National Family Literacy Month, and National Child Safety Protection Month. We'd like to take an opportunity. We were in a non-attendance day yesterday and want to thank our veterans. Here's some pictures of some of our students that are actually writing notes and letters and cards to veterans in the community and outside our community. And like Remy, this was quite a celebration to look at and be part of the Halloween celebration at our elementary schools. And so we had a great opportunity to see costumes and staff and our students all dressed up, as well as just this last week, we had celebrated, it was El Rodeo's first Fall Harvest Festival, which is a longtime tradition at Hawthorne Elementary and moving over to El Rodeo Elementary. And it was a great event for all those that were able to attend. As you've heard tonight as well from students and also from Mr. Margot, the Diary of Anne Frank will be happening in the next couple of weeks. So really do encourage people to come out. The level of talent in our school district is really off the chart, and tackling complex pieces like this really says a lot about the caliber of talent with our students. Whether you're in front of the set or you're behind the set, it really shows off the quality work that our students can do. We have a great relationship with our city, so we have a couple of events that are happening as the holidays are coming very quickly. The Rodeo Nights Holiday Lights is an annual event where our city council will be there. I know that many of us with the school board and myself will be there representing our school district, and so we're excited to be there. And then we will also have our BHHS drumline there as well. They've been invited to attend. And then over on the right, just holidays at Greystone. So just a small sampling here. There's just so much that happens in our city over the holidays. It's a busy but really joyous time over the next couple of months. A special thank you to L'Hermitage. This is a great opportunity for BHEF to be recognized with a grant opportunity, which all of that benefits our students and our school district. And then another annual event that seems to get better every year. And want to thank the Fairmonts for hosting for BHEF. But our annual poker night, which is a very large, it's probably the biggest fundraiser of the year for BHEF. And it's something that I know they spend all year planning, and really want to thank the Fairmonts for hosting and just being so gracious and welcoming to all of us as we attend each year. So many of you know that one of the last phases of reconfiguration is the real property opportunity for our school district at the district offices. And while that is happening simultaneously, we have moved out of the facility or in the process of doing so. And so here's just a brief overview of our schedule. We're doing this all in-house. The move is happening with our staff. Some of the improvements with paint and fixing floors and improving some of the windows. That is all part of our deferred maintenance, and that is happening at the same time that we're moving in and keeping up with our facilities. There is just such a great charm, and there always has been, at Hawthorne. And so we're very proud to be able to go there, and we have our preschool that is run by our city that is there, and it's nice to be on a campus with our preschool and to be right next to our youngest learners is a lot of fun, but it's a great opportunity for our district office. The facilities that we're in now, it's a very strange triangular Bermuda Triangle-like property where it is really difficult and not conducive to the type of environment that we have, that we should have. And so this is really opening up some space for us in a very collaborative way to be at the Hawthorne campus. And so as you can see, it's a very busy time. We are going through a lot of documents that some are 50 and 60 years old. And so we are taking a lot of time to make sure that we have the retention of the appropriate documents that we need to keep and to purge those that don't. And there's several on both sides. But it is a really welcoming change for our school district to make this move and be in a more centralized area in this neighborhood. And it will certainly benefit the traffic with people coming in. So our families that are coming in to see us, there are less congestion and parking issues. And so it's really kind of opened up a new environment for the culture and climate at the district office. As this is all going on, we're starting to open up our parking lot for in replacement of the parking lot that has been closed for the continuing construction at the high school. So this has come at a really good time, as a matter of fact, so that we're doing what we can to replace anything that's being taken away by construction, and being able to provide some of that parking as best that we can for our staff and also for our community. And that is my report for this evening.
Thank you. Remy, comments or thoughts?
I wanted to say how the nut-free environment that we're getting close to is really like a great accomplishment. I feel like that can help many students who have are allergic and have these allergies, can really save lives too. And I'm excited for the Hawthorne transition. I know our next board meeting will be taking place there, so I'm excited to see how we're still making use of Hawthorne and it's not forgotten to those who have gone there. Like, we're still making use, and it's going to be great.
Great.
Nope. Thank you, Dr. Berge. I love the rebranding of the Hawthorne campus.
Yes.
Very slick. Noticed that. Good job.
Yep. Thank you, Ms. Starkins.
Dr. Berge, thank you for your report. I wanted to ask my colleagues and you if you think that we need to have a further discussion about the use of Hawthorne, particularly the north side. We have not had the discussion, and I think we do need to have it. We did spend some good money last year refurbishing the north lawn, the north field, and then there's a really big space that is being left unused. Are we going to use it for pickleball courts? Are we going to use it as it is? Are we going to use it at all? And so I just want to know, how would you guys like to go about facilitating that conversation? Do you want to send out a survey to the community? Do we want to ask Dr. Berge and team to bring us some ideas? I just think that we're lucky to have another facility that can serve AYSO, serve BHBL, serve our needs. And it would be a waste not to explore, to use it to our full potential, and of course living in harmony with the district office being there, with the city programming being there. So nothing has to be set in stone, but it might be the right time to start having those conversations and maybe even asking our community for some input as well.
So
and I'm not advocating for pickleball. I'm just, that's just
I am.
That's just, I actually am advocating for tennis courts, but that's just the realm of possibility. It could be so many things. And I do actually get a lot of questions from homeowners in that area. I think they're the ones that have the most heartburn about what else could it be used for? Is it gonna, nothing will have the same amount of traffic as an actual school, but I think it's a good time to open up that conversation.
So I just want to kind of back up a bit, not quite a year ago, but we have been having conversations with the city And those have been public meetings about the JPA and about what we want this space to look like, as we have started discussions with the city about having an early childhood center. And so I know that the city has already put out a survey. We're waiting for those results to come in. They do have them. They need to share them with their city council. And it was a timing issue because the city council was going through their elections. And so now their new city council members are seated and comfortably in those seats and getting caught up on that work. So they are sharing that. We are looking to have that follow-up meeting with the city so that we can then share the information from the city, from their survey, which is essentially asking the same thing, which is anything after school. Because we have to be cognizant of anything after school working with the JPA so that it's not in competition with the JPA. So we're waiting for those results. We have been really mindful when occupying the space at Hawthorne that we've looked at the space as, would this be a better office space, or is this a better space for the JPA? So like classrooms back in the north area, we didn't want to, those are right off of a play area. So we've made sure that we've vacated those, as well as the other areas where the preschool is, like if and when to develop that early childhood center. So, right. So it's there, and it's, but we're kind of waiting for that conversation to happen too. And I think it's a joint conversation, to be quite honest, because it's, you know, this is where we share, the students are the community. And so what does that look like, you know, after school, weekends, adult programming. And so it kind of the sky's the limit to daycare during the day. So all of those things, it's just what does the community have an appetite for? Yeah. And so we're right there. So we're scheduling that meeting coming up soon. I know that at our next meeting, we're going to be having our organizational meeting. We have that opportunity where we'll be talking with board members about serving on committees, and the city liaison, that is a group that meets semi-regularly, but that will be our board representation as well as our administration. So, so no decisions have been made, but yet there's a lot of foresight going forward about just, you know, there's a blank canvas of really exciting possibilities.
Yeah. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and Ms. Marcus, did you have any questions or comments regarding Dr. Breggie's superintendent report? Okay, I guess she's not. Okay, thank you very much. And if we do hear from her, she can come back on. With that, we're moving to the strategic plan presentation, Q1 data.
Yes, and so at this time, it's my pleasure to introduce to you Ms. Ellerby, who is the principal at Horace Mann Elementary, and Ms. Kaber, who is the principal at El Rodeo Elementary. And they are going to kick us off as we begin to talk about our work and the strategic plan. This is the Q1 data presentation. And the group that you're going to see in just a few minutes as they come down and get settled, this is going to be an opportunity for us to share our progress with you. They're going to share some insights with you about our current initiatives in shaping the path towards the goals that we have for this school year. This administration team that you're going to hear from tonight, they've just been instrumental in aligning our efforts across the district and their commitment to educational excellence and student success. It's been very inspiring. Our meetings are all centered around the work and progress that we're doing in our strategic plan. So please join me in welcoming Ms. Ellerby and also Ms. Kaber and Dr. Seaman, apparently. who I asked earlier.
No, and this is correct, but I wanted to jump up just as a reminder of the timeline and the goals. Those are the first couple of slides before we jump directly into here. So you'll see up here real quick, I apologize. There's just the strategic plan timeline again, just to remind the community. We are sitting here in November. The next one will be actually in February, which will actually have more hard concrete data. Remember that utilizing iReady and NWEA, we are currently having diagnostic information. So ultimately that helps us create our interventions, etc. You'll hear that from the principals. In the February one is where the rubber meets the road. We'll have that mid-year mark where we'll have just completed the mid-year testing for iReady and NWEA, which will give us a better pulse. And then you'll see the end results in May, but before then we'll have CASP. So there's just the timeline again. And as Dr. Breggy had mentioned earlier, what you'll hear from the group in just a couple moments is our three main buckets. And you ask where those three main buckets come from. That is the Danielson framework for teaching. We were able to, over the summer, be able to really work collaboratively as a full leadership team to identify three focus areas: supporting positive student behavior, engaging students in learning, and growing and developing professionally for our staff, whether that be from custodial services all the way up to the superintendent. And that being said, I'm super excited, like Dr. Breggy had just stated, to hand it over to our two elementary principals. Sorry.
Where's the cheering? Hello.
Yay.
Hi, good evening. I'm Sarah Caber. I'm the principal at El Rodeo.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Breggy. I'm Montrese Ellerby, the principal at Horace Mann.
So we're going to go through our two report cards sort of together and separately, because we are both elementary and we wrote our goals of excellence together. We really wanted to be able to do this next to each other and present together this time. And as we have more information around data, we can see if it makes more sense to present together or separately as we go forward. So you'll see our three big buckets. Engaging students in learning, even though Danielson has it as three, we pick up Danielson 2, section 2, section 3, and section 4. Even though this is section 3, we always put it first because we want to talk about academics, Mr. Margot, first. So you'll see a few of my action steps that are on there that are specific, and then supporting positive student behavior, which comes into all of our social emotional behavior, PBIS work, and then growing and developing professionally. And as you might expect, 10 weeks into the school year, we are in progress.
And at Horace Mann, in terms of engaging students in learning, supporting positive student behaviors, and growing and developing professionally, 10 weeks into the school year, we are well in progress towards meeting our goals. So now Ms. Caber and I are going to break it down a little bit, each of the areas where our schools are at in the actions that we presented to you last month.
Just last month. So in the interest of conversations that we've just recently had around how much time we're working on lessons and how much time we're on technology, iReady did it for us. They spit out some information for us around how much progress our students are making. So I'm happy to share that at El Rodeo, in working on, the way that it works is that they take an initial diagnostic test, and then iReady places them on a personalized pathway that they work on. And we have 96% of our students that are passing. That 96% of our assessments are being passed. That means that they're taking a My Pathway test, and 96% of the tests at this point, I think we pulled this data on Friday, are passed, and reading, it's at 85%. So when those are not passed, that's the opportunity where the teacher's coming in and doing that personalized individual instruction or small group instruction. So the next piece is the time on task. At El Rodeo, you'll see that since the beginning of the school year, we've spent an average of 3 hours and 32 minutes taking math assessments, working on math in that pathway, and an average of 3 hours and 40 minutes on reading. So if you combine that together, it's approximately 44 minutes a week for 10 weeks, which is really right on target. I did it 10 weeks, and we might be closer to 11 weeks in all of our data. Here you go.
And at Horace Mann, for math, our 93% of our students are passing lessons. And in reading, 84% of the students are passing lessons. And our time on task is very similar to El Rodeo. I think it's important to note that for the second year of implementation of iReady, the implementation that's happening at the elementary level is deep. It's excellent. It's school-wide at both schools. And you can see from the data up there, it's consistently being implemented at both schools. The practices are kindergarten through 5th grade. And what's great about iReady is we give that initial diagnostic in August. And what's powerful about data is not just receiving it, it's what you do with it. And so we took the test at the same time. We had those data chats at the same time. And in those data chats, we look at what is the data telling us. And iReady gives very detailed reports for each student so that if a student is performing below grade level in any area, the teacher can see specifically what skills the student is lacking and where they need further progress, where they need further assistance and practice. And it puts the students on a pathway so teachers can assign lessons that are individualized for that specific student. What's also powerful about that is the student can go home and do those lessons with the assistance of their parents so that the parent is better informed about where their child is, what skills they're missing, and what further progress that they need to make.
I wanted to just say that at the end of November, 100% of our elementary staff is going to be fully trained in cognitively guided instruction, which is a way of talking about math. It supports the engaging students in learning, and it supports what Danielson talks about as distinguished in our rubric, which is students talking to each other and student voices in our classrooms. So I know Mrs. Marcus asked for pictures. So we provided a lot of pictures about what it looks like to be engaging in learning. These are our exemplars, and some work around math. So you can see, what does cognitively guided instruction look like? Where are those kids that are playing and touching math? You can see at the very top left, there's like a math monster math, which is a tens frame, which is some of our youngest learners that are working on that concept of building math understanding. And so all of that is part of like that memorization of facts, but also that ability to manipulate that math and understand it. Also in like the bottom corner, you can see that learning targets are a part of engaging students in learning so that they know what they need to know, right? So kids knowing what they're supposed to know at the end of a lesson and how they're going to know if they know it. That's all part of Hattie's work that we've been working on for a very long time, but it's evidence that it's happening in our classrooms across both schools.
Sorry, Dr. Berge, if we have questions, should we hold them till the end?
That'd be great. Okay. Just for the continuity of the presentation, that would be great.
Thank you.
So this is just mine, supporting positive student behaviors. We have been working on implementing a brand new set of behaviors at El Rodeo. So we've moved away from hero, and we actually changed the R word from responsible to respectful and engaged and open-minded. And we've really had some work in implementing that. So the new is all about how do we get our kids to talk about being an eagle? How do we get our students to talk about what's respectful, engaged, and open-minded? What does that all look like? What does it sound like? And how do we behave in those ways in our brand new campus? So that's a lot of work that we're doing. We've done tiered training. If you look at that pyramid, we've actually have a pyramid within a pyramid at our site, which we're talking about how do we differentiate within our classroom while still getting many school-wide supports that go to everyone. And then what does it look like to have a tier 2 student that's school-wide, and how does that student still get support in a classroom? And what do we do with our tier 3 students that need behavior but still need access to our classroom and still need access to all of our basic work in Eagle cards, Eagle stickers. We have started to implement a check-in, check-out system. I really want to say thank you to Student Services, who have provided a lot of help and support for making sure that this is something that we could really do. It took us a while to get there, and it's taken us a little bit of time to get going at the new site, really redoing everything and starting over. We've had great parent conversations about a homeschool connection. We've started to ask for getting caught being an eagle at home. So we know that our parents were so used to talking about hero, and so they knew how to talk about hero. And so then to talk about being an eagle, we've spent some more time asking for outside of school being caught being a hero work. And we've done a ton of celebrations. So we did, every grade level had Eagle Awards. That's one picture of it. And we've just done some great celebrations around kids that are being caught doing the right thing. In addition, we've put in a lot of data this year. That is our own personal goal that we were working toward. It's one of the things on our tiered fidelity index in order to get better and better with PBIS is that we have to look at, collect, and talk about data and then address the data. So one of the pieces is that when we find behaviors that are of concern, unwanted behaviors, we're tracking where is that happening, where are they happening, and how do we address them in different ways. So that's just a sample of what we're talking about with our staff, and making plans to do a coffee with a principal so that we can have some behavior conversations with parents so that they understand. I also want to say that in the first 10 weeks of school, our ADA was at 96.4%, and our chronic absenteeism was just over 7%, which our goal for this year was to keep it at under 7%, and we're so close. And so just thank you to parents for bringing kids to school and being part of that.
Okay, at Horace Mann, we are also implementing PBIS. Our behavior expectations are, we call them the Husky High Five, which you can see displayed there. And the students learn all of the expected behaviors at the beginning of the school year. The Husky High Five is hung in the bathrooms, in the hallways, on the playground, in the classrooms, in the front office. They're being constantly reminded of the 5 behavior expectations that we are working on all year. We celebrate and we discuss. So each month we focus on one behavior. And we really try to teach students all the elements of that behavior. For the example, in the month of September, our behavior that we focused on was being safe. So we discuss the behavior in our morning meeting assemblies, which we videotape, and there's a picture of our morning MMAs at the bottom right-hand corner. We tape it on Tuesday morning, and then the teachers show it in all of their classrooms on Wednesday. And we don't just discuss the behavior, but we also celebrate students who get Husky High Five. So one student from each grade level is highlighted during our morning MMA, and then they can come to my office and get a prize. So we're celebrating 6 students every week in our morning MMAs. We do it monthly, whole school-wide, out in the courtyard, and that's where every teacher nominates one student that has really exemplified the behavior and nominates them for that leadership award within the classroom, and all of those students get celebrated in front of the whole school. That's the picture that you see up at the top right. We also celebrate the grade levels that have earned the most Husky High Fives. I think first grade just got 600 for the month of October. We're going to be celebrating them. They get an extra recess if the grade level earns the top number of Husky High Fives. We also do check-ins with the playground aides every day. Before recess, the playground aides, the kids line up in front of them, and the playground aides remind them of what we're working on this month and the behaviors that are expected of them before they're dismissed onto the playground to play. Part of our Tier 1 strategy is we introduced this year the solution wheel, and you can see it up on the screen. That's every student has a solution wheel that they can carry around in their pocket. They're also posted around the school, and they're really ways to help students solve their own problems. And it gives them strategies that they can use instead of fighting, instead of getting into an argument. There are other ways that they can solve their problems. So that's part of our Tier 1. Our Tier 2 is inclusive of the check-in, check-out that Principal Capar just referenced. We, in our PBIS team meeting, decided that we needed a more cohesive and prescriptive way of doing check-in, check-out. So we're really deepening our implementation of this Tier 2 strategy this year. Students on check-in, check-out are nominated by a member of the PBIS team, or they can be nominated by their classroom teacher if the teacher feels they need that extra support. The student identifies one adult on campus. It can be a teacher or a support staff member that they trust, that they feel comfortable with, and they check in with that person every single day, in the morning and before they leave. And the purpose of that is to create a safe space for a student that is struggling, an adult that's there to give them that encouragement, that guidance, and it's an adult that's not going to be applying any consequences when they get in trouble. So it really is a safe person, and the student chooses who their check-in, check-out person is. We're also implementing this year, students in check-in, check-out are going to meet in small groups with the school counselor to go over some of those strategies that we see on the solution wheel, and also to help them develop their social skills in a small group setting. So our school counselor is going to be pulling them at lunch once or twice a week so they can meet in a small group to dig a little deeper to help them make better decisions. Our goal for attendance this year was 96%. We're not quite there. We're at 95.64. Our chronic absenteeism is a little bit higher than we'd like to see it. We'd love to see it below 7%. This year, we're going to be implementing a reward system, and we're starting that at the end of this month, where classes that get perfect attendance they'll be announced every Monday. They'll be announced if they got perfect attendance the previous week, and they'll be treated to a party with like chips or popsicles. We'll change it up as the weeks go by, but we feel it's important to not just focus on the kids who are absent, but to reward the kids who are actually coming to school and to provide an incentive for kids to come to school every day. Yeah. You want to start with that?
No, I'll do the conferences and then you do PLC.
Okay.
Okay. So we are sending some staff to conferences. We've been really working on PLC, which is growing and developing professionally. This is the teachers doing their own work. So look at those smiling faces of our staff. So happy to be learning and working with each other. So we are, El Rodeo is sending 8 teachers, staff to the PLC conference tomorrow. And we're sending 8 more to the RTI, which is Response to Intervention in December. It's about using the MTSS, which is the pyramid on all the sides, the PBIS pyramid, the instructional pyramid, the SEL pyramid, and how to integrate all of those in a response as kids need different things, and how to move within the pyramid and move kids in and out of the pyramid. So we're very excited.
And in growing and developing professionally, we are also diving deep at both schools into PLC work. Our PLC teams are made up of grade level teams, of our specialists. They form a PLC. Principal K-Bar and I are trying to provide some time for our specialists to meet across the campuses. So like our art teachers meeting together, our science teachers meeting together. That's something that we're committed to moving towards this semester. Our teams meet weekly for an hour at Horace Mann. Sometimes they meet more than once a week, because once a month we give them a Wednesday morning to meet, because we're a little bit behind El Rodale in our This is our first year of PLC at Horace Mann. So I wanted to give them a little bit more time to be meeting together, having these conversations. But the conversations are always centering around common assessments and planning standards. So teaching the same, if Sarah and I are both second grade teachers, what's one ELA standard that we're both going to teach in our class in the next 2 weeks? So doing that common planning of instruction, and then creating an assessment together that the whole grade level gives, and then coming back to the PLC and discussing the results of that assessment. And the purpose, we hope, of those discussions moving forward is, if your kids did better than my kids, well, what did you do? And maybe then we start sharing strategies and visiting each other's classrooms, because we're looking at our practices and what the data is telling us about our practices and how we can rely on each other to improve what we're doing, or maybe reach out to administration to say, this is something that we're all struggling with. This is what our data is telling us, and we're all hitting this wall, and then drawing us into those conversations about resources and professional development that we can provide. So it's a cyclical conversation that happens throughout the school year of planning together, assessing, looking at the results of the assessment, and then going back in and reteaching.
And our final piece of this slide is what we're doing on our Wednesday mornings. Like, how are we spending our time on our Wednesday mornings? What does our whole staff need to talk about? So our whole staff is talking about Charlotte Danielson. We're talking about structured student interactions, which is the way that we talk about engagement, so that we can define engagement opposite from just compliance. Like, a student engaged because they're sitting quietly, or are they actually have a structured student interaction? Like, they're meant to talk to each other about something for a reason. We both have CGI work that's being brought back in, and teachers practicing leading CGI lessons with each other, talking about the reading fluency and development, talking about the different needs based on our teams. So they look different in the different colors. We've sort of said the same things in different languages, but we're really doing the same thing, which is about following the PLC work for growing and developing professionally. We're talking about what do we want kids to know, and agreeing so that they know the same things. How are we going to know that they know them? What are we going to do if they don't know them? And what are we going to do if they already know them? And then making some decisions. And then the staff-wide PD is like, how do we help to facilitate the work across grade levels, across PLC work, to help our whole staff to gain some more learning and understanding. And a lot of that comes from their own desires, and a lot of that comes from them teaching each other. So that's our whole report. Do you have questions for us now?
Yeah, I think this might be a good time just to, I'll go back on what I was saying. Like, if you have elementary, this might be great since you're here. So.
Okay, and just to look at the whole scope of the presentation further, I mean, we still have the two other schools that we're going to recap tonight, correct? So, okay, I just want to make sure. All right, so go ahead. Remy, question?
I had a question about the iReady progress monitoring. Is that an increase, the 96% and 85% for El Rodeo, and 93 and 84 for Horace Mann?
The way that it's, can you hear me? The way that it's set up is that we take a diagnostic in the beginning of the school year, and then they don't take another diagnostic until December. So like the 10-week, the only like real data we can share with you is how the kids are doing on their personalized instruction. So unlike NWEA, this has personalized instruction for each child embedded in it. And so we just wanted to show that we're pretty consistently across both sites implementing it the same way. K through 5 kids are on it on a regular basis, and with that work there should be an increase in their own personal scores when we come back to present in February.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Just a quick question. What constitutes passed when you say a passed lesson?
It depends on the lesson. It depends on, I already distinguishes it. It depends on what lesson it is. So it's giving them a percentage. Depending on how many questions there are, it could be a 80%. Yeah, it could be about 80%.
So they're answering 80% of the questions given correctly. Okay. And
it's more interactive than that. If you
well, is it adaptive?
It is adaptive.
Okay.
Yes.
So, but that's a relatively good game. Like it's, but I want to make sure it's not 60%. You know,
well, and then remember, it's not necessarily grade level work. It's meeting the child exactly where they're at.
Right, because
so
it's
I
adaptive.
could be a third grader doing a phonics activity, which is not a third grade, not even close to being the third grade standards, but that meets my particular need. So I'm passing a phonics activity, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it's at their level. It's not at a set level. I understand. Yeah. And it's. Does iReady set that threshold, that pass threshold, or can you?
We can adjust it.
You can adjust it. Okay, those are my questions. Thank you.
Ms. Manishari?
Thank you. You actually answered so many of my questions.
All right, Judy, are you going to go with questions, or do you want me to go first?
You can go ahead.
It's like the voice from the office.
Rochelle, go ahead, and then we'll go to Judy, to Ms. Manishari.
Okay, well, I have the usual concern. I see the lesson pass is 96%, and that's something that, you know, and then they go into the spring of the year, and not the first grade so much, but third and fourth grade and fifth grade start to take CAS tests. And I'm looking now at Horace Mann. It's 93%. Wow. I know I would go back to their CAS scores and they were not this high. My question is the correlation between, and I've always asked this question, what is the correlation between how they're going to do on the iReady and preparing them and how they actually do on the CASP test? And that's something that I can't get at this point. I can only wait until we get the results next May or June or July when we get CASP, and we can compare how they did on iReady as to how it really prepared them. This is my main concern about this particular assessment tool. I've been very much aware of it since day one. So I do appreciate the time that's spent, the assessment, and by the way, I do have one question, and I don't know if I'm not sure about the books for math, so I'll talk about that later. But I do, as I say, have that one real question in my mind about correlation and success with, you see 96% that passed a lesson. Well, you would expect then that you're going to see those numbers in the CASP test. And I don't know that we do.
No, not necessarily. And the reason is these lessons that we're referencing are individualized lessons that are just based on that particular student's skill level. When we reassess for the second time, that will be a grade level measure. And we'll reassess again the third time on our iReady.
Well, so then you'll have a better
Then we'll have a better idea of the correlation between where the students are in terms of how well they'll do on CASP. But if we did a diagnostic assessment in August just to see where all the kids were at, we want all of those students to make a year's growth by the end of the school year, but we need a pathway to get them there. So if I'm half a grade level below, if I'm entering fourth grade and I'm mid third grade, where my skill set is, the teacher now has a pathway to see what skills in third grade did I miss, did I not get, that fourth grade teacher doesn't necessarily have time to teach to the whole group. So she can assign me that lesson. And so that's what I'm passing. I'm passing that lesson from that third grade skill that I missed.
But the one that you're going to take next is more of a comprehensive one then, in terms of where they're going to be at grade level or how they're going to be doing at that point. You're not going to be talking about one thing. You're going to be talking about all the skills that they should be learning to keep up.
Well, the teachers are assigning approximately 2 lessons a week in each subject area.
Mrs. Marcus, I think we're interested in the same thing that you're interested in. Like, I don't think it behooves us to have a test that we're...
No, I know we're interested in the same thing. So I'm just curious. I want to see the results of all of this, and that we're interested in what's the most important thing. The kids are growing academically.
You want to see that it transfers, that the success in iReady is somehow transferable or correlated or associated with the outcome for the CASP, and I would agree with that.
A lot of what we're doing right now is
we want that too.
Them.
Yeah.
And
we're
we
with you.
Know.
We're with you. We want to see that too, and we're hoping that we have that information, which again, like you said, we won't know until this summer to see that, and we'll hopefully be able to see that the students that grew the most also grew the most on CASP, right? So the students where they came in low and they fulfilled that's like really pulling apart some of the data, which I know that we did last year, and I think that it'll help us to have 2 years of information and even 3 years of information before we're like making a decision around, is this something that's helping us long term over time with kids, like seeing second graders, third graders, fourth graders using this pathway, using this assessment, being able to spend their time on this. Are we seeing those results in our CASP tests? And if we're not, then what's the point?
Are you a part of the group that's getting new math, that there's a new math textbook adoption in the elementary, or is that only in the middle school and high school?
No, it's elementary also. It's also elementary.
Looking at these books with the eye of how they correlate with all of this also.
Yes, absolutely.
Ms. Manishari, would you like to share?
Yeah. I think that pretty well, the rest of the presentation was very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Manishari.
Thanks, Rochelle. First, I wanted to thank you all for presenting this during the open session because I feel like this is really where it needs to be, and I appreciate the time. The page on the growing and developing professionally really is like the concrete that I was looking for to find out what's happening between the first data chat and the next data chat, and I appreciate that all the effort that's happening in between. I'm trying to understand what is the difference between the data chat held on all grade levels 3 times a year versus the PLC work that's the 9 collaborative teams and the 10 collaborative teams.
So in the data chats, we're looking at that summative data, those 3 diagnostic assessments. So we're coming back in a couple of months after we give the test a second time to see if our kids are making growth on that grade level assessment. Okay. The weekly PLC discussions are about the formative assessments that the teachers are giving, that they're creating based on the 1 or 2 weeks of teaching that they've been doing together.
To be in harmony with one another.
And make sure that the students are making progress
Okay.
across the grade level, not just in this classroom or that classroom.
I got it. And then who, like for example, at Horace Mann, one big ticket item that you're dealing with is a lot of English learners. Mm-hmm. That's something that came up. So are we ensuring that the supports and the resources are being met with the students? Like, for example, Dr. Seaman shared with us that we're actually employing tutors that also speak the mother language. So from a board perspective, there's not much we can do other than to agree to provide these things. And so I would just say it's very important to make sure that the resources are being matched up with the kids as early as possible in the school year. So who's doing that? Is it the teacher? Do the teachers know that these are available to help everybody?
Absolutely, yes. And we have an EL specialist on the campus full-time that works with our English learners on a daily basis.
Okay.
And then also collaborates within the PLCs.
Okay, got it. And then sometimes we hear, this teacher's not covering this, that teacher's covering that. But what I'm understanding is, based on the 10 collaborative teams, that shouldn't really be the case because every other week there is communication about what's happening.
Well, it's a process.
Okay.
So there is still some of what you're talking about.
Okay.
And so this work takes time.
I accept that.
At this point, at Horace Mann, I'm not going to speak for El Rodeo. Teachers are meeting with their grade level peers and they're having these discussions.
Okay.
What they do with these discussions is different at various grade levels. And now we're kind of seeing where the higher need is for administration to now come in and work with these PLCs to bring them a little further along.
To gel and,
Yes.
and sync up.
Yes.
Okay, so then,
Can I answer that?
Yeah,
too?
of course.
Sorry. So we're meeting every week in our collaborative teams, and I think both sites, right? We're meeting every week in our collaborative teams. Those are talking about specific SMART goals that are about a specific standard that we've agreed upon, or a specific group of standards, and we're talking about the formative assessment that they've agreed, which is common across that grade level, and then looking at the data coming back from that common assessment to say, where are we going, what are we doing? And one of the things that's covering that staff presentation is also learning walks, where a team of teachers, maybe it's 5th grade, maybe it's kindergarten, they want to talk about that same standard that they're all trying to teach, but they want to see each other teach it so that they can understand, oh, you're teaching it like this, like I can take that back into my classroom. And so we're providing that opportunity. That is to say that they also have common release time every single day. And so many of our teams are meeting an additional time during the week to do planning, to do bigger picture planning. Okay. So that they really know that, like, one of our goals around growing and developing professionally is that we don't have an educational lottery, right? That they're working toward, like, everyone's getting the same information. And what we'd like to do is that it's eventually across the 2 schools, right? Right now we need to do it sort of siloed between and saying, like, in 1st grade, this is what it looks like to be a 1st grader. This is what it looks like to have access, so that it doesn't matter who you had. When you walk into 2nd grade, you have a very clean slate of like, oh, all first graders have this. And some of that work we even started last year with students, with educational services when Ms. Mayberry was here.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay. I appreciate the effort toward consistency across the board, and I understand it's going to take some time.
Thank you, guys. Very impressive. I like seeing the collaboration between the two schools. I know it's not always easy or seamless, juggling schedules. But one thing I wanted to ask you is that we know that, if you aggregate the whole collection of all the, the math data for all the students, there will be, of course, students who are well below average. And to the extent that their data will continue to be a part of the larger picture, are you guys like specifically targeting those kids and saying, hey, this is the list of kids who are all in like the red range, And so we need to constantly focus on this group, not to neglect the others. But I mean, if we're looking at just the brass tacks of getting our CAS scores up, and we want to find those kids who are really struggling and are on a trajectory where they're not going to be, doing much better. Are you guys sharing that information in your data chats to say, here's a list of, these are like the kids who are at the 25th percentile. They're all scoring. And how, can you just tell me about that process?
Well, during data chats, we do identify those students.
Right.
And we have a full-time intervention teacher for math and language arts.
Great.
So there's a certain portion of the day where those students they leave their classroom, they're pulled out, and that teacher can work with them for 30 to 45 minutes. What's different this year at Horace Mann is we're looking at specific skills. So if I'm the intervention teacher, I'm going to take 7 or 8 kids on the same grade level that are missing specific skills and work on those skills for 6 to 8 weeks, and then give an assessment at the end of those 8 weeks, just to make sure that we're not just putting those kids in a room every day to do whatever, but to have them really work in a very targeted and specific way, and that there's an accountability piece at the end of a certain period of time where we can see, did we make progress? Because that is enough time if you're only focusing on 1 or 2 skills to make progress, if you've only got 7 or 8 students that you're working with. So that's what we're doing differently this year. We're being much more prescriptive about it, and we're holding ourselves accountable to look at these kids every 6 to 8 weeks to see, are we making progress? And if we're not, what changes are we going to make?
And then the other thing, going back to Ms. Marcus's comment that, we're concerned about the transfer of success on this one metric, to the CASP, and all I can say is that, is there an opportunity to take a mock or similar CASP-like test, mid-year, as we approach mid-year, because, for you guys to see how they're doing, it will give you some of that data before it's too late, to know, hey, it does look like they're making some improvements. I mean, even if it's just on, like a few strands of the CASP or untimed or something.
I think the way that we're approaching that this year is with the IABs.
Oh, yes.
Because
okay.
they're designed to provide us with that information.
Right. Because I think that would be a good indicator for you guys and give you some feedback about, hey, we really need to, accelerate the work with, this cohort of kids so that we're not met with a surprise when we take all the data together at the end of the years. But
can I show you one more thing?
Yeah,
just
please.
Before we're done. Okay, so you have to sort of go with me that you can't really see it. I get it, but we're going to look at the pyramid, and it says PBIS behavior. But if you think about it as, just visualize that pyramid as instruction. So the dark green is first best instruction. It's all the instruction that you have in your classroom, right? 80% of kids get what they're supposed to get with first best instruction. And then there's a group of kids in your classroom that are also that light green that are getting all that first best instruction. They're doing great. You do structured student interactions. You know how to do that. But then there's a group of kids in your classroom that you need to pull back into your small group, and you need to be able to reteach something, right? That's a tier 2 within your classroom. And then there's even some of those students who are in that tier 2 within your classroom that need even more targeted support. So they might be tier 2 school-wide. We call that intervention, we call that learning lab, and they would go out to an intervention piece, but also in the classroom, they're still getting first best instruction and they're getting small groups still. And then if the red at the very top is students with an IEP or need specialized academic instruction, then still in the classroom, they're getting first best instruction, they're getting small group, they're being supported by their goals within their classroom, and they're going out not to intervention, but to an SAI teacher. So that is like the best way to sort of visually look
Yeah.
at like what that happens. That's for every kiddo fits in that. And that's part of why we're going to that RTI conference, is to talk about this pyramid with behavior and academics all together.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Unless there's further questions, let's go on to the next portion. Thank you both so much.
Introduce your friend.
Oh, my friend, Richard Waters, Principal Richard Waters.
Yeah.
This is our monthly struggle with the height of this thing. I think I'm going to buy my own stand so that it's
No,
like this from now on.
I feel bad. I do.
That's what I'm going to do when I leave the board, Rich. I'm just going to hold that up for you.
That or I'll just start sitting when I come
return.
up here. No, because I
I need
want
a purpose.
I don't want your jobs. I would never sit up here. Good evening to our honored board, Superintendent Breggy, our assistant soups. Thank you for having us come up and talk about all of the great things that are happening on our campus. I'll start also with bucket one. Where's the arrow that's in there? So we find ourselves at the beginning of the year, and we're looking at our students a lot of different ways. In August and September, we spent a lot of time in NWEA, diagnostics. They came out and did a great data chat with our teachers to explain how to look at the information they were getting so they could better implement instruction in the curriculum that they were teaching. September, our English department administered their CER performance task and had a grading day. In November, starting this week, our math department is they're doing the IABs for the performance task, which is new for us, that we've had an uneven implementation of that in the past. I'm really proud of them that they're venturing out and getting into that so that they can mirror what the kids are going to see later in the year now. And one of the things I'm most proud of is that their willingness to look at the strand information from last year's CASP and determine what areas were weaknesses or relative weaknesses for our kids and improve their instruction and have those conversations in order for us to do better in those areas. One of the things that we're also interested in engaging students in learning, we have made some determinations, and one of them is that we feel that there are an element of students who are not trying their best on CASP. For whatever their reason is, maybe they're feeling that they're over-tested, maybe they just have adverse feelings about that particular test. We feel that one of the issues is that those tests are not tied to their specific grade. And so we're looking to follow the high school's lead. We actually started last year. We are in the process of giving students who earn a 3 or a 4 in both English and math cords towards their graduation. So you'll see them walk across the stage with their beautiful orange cords. That will show how well they have done for 2 years, because we can only do it for 6th and 7th grade. Because of the timelines that we get our 8th grade scores, the kids have moved on to other places. But we hope that that's a carrot that we can give to our kids who seem to be very extrinsically motivated for the goods, whether it's a principal's honor roll or cords and things like that. Another thing that we're looking to do to help increase scores is changing our honors placement starting with next year's 5th grade class. We will be using a variety of placement data, including iReady, summative data, CASP, NWA, and the CERs. We're hoping to do that to make the placement a little bit more objective, also take a little bit of stress off of our 5th grade teachers who at times have gotten a little roughed up by some parents seeking to get an honors placement, and making these tests more in line with the CASP and how the kids do in the CASP. We can always kind of fall back. In our opinion, if you want to be an honors level student and accelerate your learning, you should be able to get a 4 on those tests. So we are laying heavy and doubling down on that. And those kids who are not meeting that, we have some other things coming, and I'll talk to you about that momentarily. We will be moving away from Alex. That was part of our strategic plan earlier. What we found, we didn't see it at the moment, is that it was an uneven implementation due to the special schedules that we have in the middle school. So, for instance, this week is a special schedule for us because there was no school on Monday. So on those weeks, we don't have advisory, which is when the Alex implementation was taking place. Also, we would have special things happening during advisory, like our 8th grade pictures or our academic awards assemblies, and those are always taking place during advisory. So we weren't getting our bang for our buck out of that. So we're instead using our test scores for our underperforming students who are getting 2s and starting to move them into core academy classes where they will get support for whatever weaknesses are in those 2 different core classes. In addition to that, we are offering after-school tutoring Monday through Thursday, and our counselors this week are starting our academic support meetings. So in years gone by, that has only been done with the counselor and the child, where they see that they're struggling in certain classes and they bring them in and counsel them. But now we're also inviting parents to come into those meetings as well, because we feel that if we can get more parental buy-in, that will help our students progress even further. Moving on to bucket 2, supporting positive student behavior. One of the goals that I had for our staff this year, including administrative staff, is increasing connections between our school and our parents and our students. So I've asked them, it's not a directive, but I've asked them every week to reach out to 2 different families to share a positive experience that they have with their kid. I do it as well. I try to call as much as possible because it freaks people out when I call them. And I'm like, no, this is a good call. We're good. It's okay. Or sending emails when time is limited. But we feel that if we can start to make... Oh, sorry. Thank you. Boop. All right. Thanks. I'm running behind. I'm not used to running my own thing like this. There you go. There it is. Sorry. We feel we make those connections that it will help our students feel more comfortable with their teachers and create connections with everyone. We have a variety of things going on and things to do. This year we had Club Rush. We have 21 student clubs this year. We just finished in October our multicultural event where every weekend we were honoring regions from around the world. When the mornings we come in and everyone would bring their flags and dance and play music. In the afternoons, we were treating people with food from different places. Food brings people together. And then in November, our web will be holding a World Kindness Day. And we are bringing back an old school favorite from Hawthorne, the O and S party. For students who have all O's and all S's in citizenship, we will be hosting a little party with them. We'll probably either do a bingo, like that's what we used to do back in the days, like the old school stuff, and give them prizes and stuff like that. I'm happy to report that our 8th grade, over half the students had no negative marks in citizenship, which is awesome. The 7th grade, my former 6th graders, were at 63, a little bit over 63%. And our cute little 6th graders are at over 70%. So we feel that the things that we're doing on campus to support student behavior are starting to work. And we're seeing the evidence by the number of students who are earning all positive conduct marks. In addition to the things to do, we have a lot of community service events. We have a monthly Bulldog Who Cares. We have the Not Today Cancer Run for the Stars, the Walk to End Alzheimer's, and the Miles for Migraines. We have had already, not to cause migraines, but to get rid of them. We've already had 7 different field trips, including STEM, web, dance, mock trial, improv dogs, world languages. We've had 2 AVID trips. I think we have another one coming up. Coding and advanced robotics, as well as advanced musical theater. We are ending the first trimester of sports for athletics, and our football teams are doing really well and super competitive. Our girls volleyball team is out there doing their thing, cross country. And if you've ever gone to our football and seen our cheer team, they are ready, okay. No laugh? Maybe if I had the pom-poms, it would be better? All right, fair enough. Another thing that we're super proud about is our Student Spotlight Lunch. Just over a week ago, we honored 13 6th graders, 13 7th graders, and 17 8th graders. Those lunches they're not your typical kids. These are kids who are being honored for their improvement and their effort. And those kids sometimes kind of gets lost in the middle because we have all of these super high achieving kids. And then we have this other group that they may not getting all A's and B's, but man, they are busting it, trying their best in every class they go to. Last with the connection piece, BVMS was awarded the California PBIS Gold Implementation Award. Yay, go BVMS. PBIS, as you know, is a proactive approach aimed at improving school safety, promoting positive behavior, and enhancing the social, emotional, and academic outcomes for students. The Gold Award specifically indicates that a school, our school, has reached a high level of fidelity in applying PBIS practices and shows significant outcomes such as a reduction in disciplinary incidents, improved student behavior, and a supportive school culture. Schools that receive this award have effectively implemented PBIS strategies and have data to show sustained positive impacts on students and the school community. We're also super proud of our student attendance. We're at 95.65%. We're keeping it there. We're close, but we're still working on it, trying to improve it. And we also, our 4-core student store is averaging about 125 kids per month. So what happens is our teachers notice our kids doing great things. They get 4-core tickets. The kids can take those 4-core tickets and turn them into the student store, the 4-core store, and get prizes and stuff like that. So it's really well attended. Last but not least, growing and developing professionally. We have done a rebrand. We used to be called SLT. Someone gave us a nickname we didn't like. I won't tell you guys what it is, but it was not a happy name. So we rebranded to BLT because I like food, and food is important. Basically, it's our Bulldog leadership team. Oh, gosh. There's a lot to think about up here. And it made me lose my place. I'll come back. So one of the things that I've mandated to the team, and days gone by, that team was basically in place to hear complaints and solve problems. And under my benevolent reign, I've dictated that all conversations start with achievement and instruction. And those meetings, we keep it to that. And man, we have had some wonderful conversations, and people are taking that back to their departments. And those teachers are gleaning from that and then implementing it into their instruction. So I am super proud of them. It is really hard work, but they're with us and they're trying really hard. As a staff, we talk about IABs, and we show. So one of the things we had a lot of really strong PD at our school, and so we had a PD on IABs where we showed them samples and discussed how to use them not only as an assessment but also as an instructional tool. And which was eye-opening for some of the teachers, and I think new to them. So it's something that we're hoping to implement moving forward. We are also really proud of the PLT work which we're doing. As we built the schedule over last summer, we worked really hard to make sure that teachers had common planning time. So in addition to the work we do on Wednesdays when we're not in PDs, that is reserved for PLT times. And the teachers also have an hour a week where they get together during their common planning time, and they're sharing ideas about lessons. And it's super cute. I actually go in and I observe them, and the teacher will be like, hey, my kid's kind of struggling in this lesson. What did you do? And then they'll have a conversation about that. They will oftentimes change the pacing or timing of their instruction to better fit the needs of the kids. They're really working together to talk about best practice. I believe we have a tremendous teaching staff. And them working together and helping each other is it's gonna just take off and be even better. I don't know if you guys know, but BVMS is in the process of applying for the Schools to Watch, was a designation throughout California, some of the very best middle schools. Hundreds of schools have applied. Only 50 have made it to the next round. Guess who's one of those 50? That's right. I would drop the mic, but it's already very low to the ground. So the next phase for us is they're going to come out and they're going to do a walk around our school, interview staff and administrative staff. The great thing about this is even if we don't get it, well, we're in the top 50, but they give us really good feedback. It's constructive, and it discusses not only our strengths, but also our challenge areas, and they give us really good feedback that we can implement and become an even better staff. So we're super happy about that advancement. I'm very proud of my teachers. Again, I'm trying to think. We've had great PD with our Socratic seminar method. We've had an AI PD, the IAB, which I mentioned. And we are training our teachers along with the elementary teachers. We're going to the PLT conference this week. I'll be there tomorrow for the next 3 days. and RTI coming up later in December. And then the last two things. One of the other things I'm super proud of is my administrative staff. We did get Miss Gabreski to join us. We're super proud to have her while Miss Perkins is on maternity. We, as an administrative team, are taking time almost weekly. There's been 1 or 2 weeks we haven't been able to do it, to perform instructional rounds. And so basically what it is the four of us walk into rooms and we observe the teaching and the learning that's happening in those classrooms. And then and typically what we do is we do it for each grade level. So one day we'll do all 8th grade, and then another day we'll do 7th grade, and then another time we'll do 6th grader. And let me tell you, as a teacher, I know it's super anxious when we come in with a whole team of administrators moving around, but we've explained to them that we just want to catch people being good, and we want to see them doing great practice so that we can turn around and give them PD to implement that practice in other areas. So it does take a lot of time. It is a big commitment by the team, but they've embraced it. And the teachers, like now we walk in, they just keep teaching. They just do their thing, which is a sign that we're getting in there enough. Like when you walk in a classroom and everyone stops and starts shouting out your name, you haven't been there enough. So super proud about that. And then last but not least, we had our LA County Teacher of the Year, Jesse Braun. We believe that there are other superstar teachers on our campus. We're going to do our best to try to get them to apply for next year, because we have some people who are doing some really great things. So that's us.
All right, thank
Is that
you.
like 5 minutes? Okay. All right.
Ms. Marcus, are you with us? Ms. Marcus. Okay, we will go around. Remy?
I'm with you. I'm with you.
Okay, all right, go ahead. Please share with us your thoughts, questions.
I want to thank you again for that wonderful report, Rich. I would like to make a comment, what I think is very important that you pointed out early on, is setting up a rubric for identifying honors students in 5th grade so that the teachers are not left with parents who are hounding them to put their kids, but rather that they either belong there or they don't belong there. But that remember that kids do grow, and that they can also achieve going into honors classes in the future.
Yep.
So I just don't want them to think that they never can be in an honors class based on their first attempt at being in it in 6th grade. That was something that crossed my mind.
I would like to think that I'm getting smarter as I get older too. So I don't want to lock any kid into one track and have them sit there for the rest of their lives. There are some challenges in certain subject areas like math, because they are actually accelerated a year ahead. So one of the discussions we're having is, what does that look like? Because you don't want to set that kid up for failure. But we do believe in giving kids opportunities, and we move kids up all the time. So yes, thank you for that feedback. I appreciate that. Oh, by the way, this is the first time I've ever looked up to you.
Well, I look up to you, as you know, all the time.
Thank you.
Thank you again, and I'm really pleased with the way things are going. I'm thrilled to hear I did not hear about the 50 schools, and I'm thrilled to hear that.
Schools
and I
to
want to
watch.
wish you good luck in achieving that. And I think that we are one of the best 50 schools in Beverly, just in the middle school. So I hope that we will achieve that honor. So thank you again for a very outstanding report. I have really no questions at this time. I'm pleased, except for the one comment that I made. I will say one thing about that. I was teaching a class of 6th graders at Hawthorne for 1 year. And of course, all of the honors kids were in another class. And I was left, so to speak, with students who were not the honors kids on down. And that is, in a sense, a challenge too. And that is a problem of grouping kids that way also, because you take away the incentive that the kids who don't do as well can learn from kids who do much better. So I've always been a fan of heterogeneous, but I do know the advantage of homogeneous grouping.
All right, thank you. Our student board member, Remy.
I just want to clarify. Did you say that for CASP exams, they also determine on your score, based on your score, determines if you go to the honors level?
So that's one of the measures we use. It's not just that, but that is one of them. we do feel like if you're earning a 2 in CASP, you are not properly placed in an honors class.
Yeah,
So,
I agree. I just wanted to make sure because that could also be a big influence for students to want to do well in the CASP exam. So then also their parents will push them and say, like, you need to do well if I want you to go to honors. So it's good to incentivize it to the parents as well so they push their kids.
I did not get here because of my height.
Okay. Judy? Okay. I don't want to stress you out, but there's 2 things that are facing a lot of middle schools. Just tell me how it's going. In terms of ChatGPT or the issues we have, kids coming across and using those language models. How are you guys managing that? Are you not seeing it? What sort of challenges are you facing with that issue?
I think, sadly, cheating on homework and cheating in general is just it's a better mousetrap. So I do think that we see it on occasion. I don't think we're seeing it quite as much as they might be other places, but I can't verify that. It's hard. We do have teachers who run things through and check for that type of thing.
You mean the software that says,
yeah.
hey, this is 30%
Yes.
Found somewhere else. Okay.
Yeah. And that's the beauty of the CER program is that our teachers, so here's what it looks like. You go into the classroom, they give you the prompt, and they give you the structure with which you're going to respond back to that prompt. So they know how you write. So if one day you're writing a CER and you're scoring really low, and then the next day you come in with this eloquently written, beautiful missive
vocabulary
on
words from like a 12th grader.
The punctuation's perfect. There's no, you can tell.
Okay. All right, so you managing that. I know we've had conversations about the cell phones, and it's been incredibly helpful. It's my understanding is that ever since the limit, there's very few, if any, confiscations during the day. Is that correct?
Everything's relative, right? So a maximum day this year, and by the way, I'm like the chief cell phone guy, and it's one of my favorite things to just sneak up on them and be like,
yeah.
And can I tell you, I've not yet had a kid say no.
That's good. That's a good sign.
I've had a couple say it was my mom, and I'm like, well, tell her I said hi, and then give me your cell phone.
Text her that I said hello.
So a big day for us now is 15. I think that's the maximum that we've had.
Whereas before you told me it was like 50.
We were averaging probably anywhere between 30 to 50 phones a day.
Okay, amazing.
So thank you to the board. I shot you guys out because I had feelings about that before, but you guys were 100% right.
So that's helped.
So helpful.
Very happy. My last thing, again, I don't mean to stress you out, but something that we see in middle school. Tell me about the bullying situation. Tell me about the proactive education you guys are giving for a culture, of a school that doesn't bully.
Middle school is a great place because people are going to make mistakes. I like to think that we're not all about just reading, writing, and arithmetic. That a lot of it is we're teaching them how to be outstanding human beings who can't interrelate with others. This is a day and age, and I don't like to paint broad strokes, but we have a lot of kids who think that it's all about them. And I tell kids all the time that a joke is not a joke unless I think it's funny. And if you're joking at someone else's expense, it's really not funny. I do feel that a lot of things that are called bullying are inappropriate, but not necessarily bullying.
No, it's
bullying
a
has become the silver bullet that kills every vampire and makes every administrator jump through 5 burning hoops in order to fix the problem.
And waste a lot of their time during the day to chase something that's not really bullying.
No, but it's still
It's
so
still
this is what I tell
inappropriate,
people is whether it's bullying or inappropriate, the response is the same. We are going to address every single issue that comes up, whether it's bullying or inappropriate. We treat them the same. It's just, let's not over exaggerate. So one of the things that's really hard for us, and this is an ongoing issue, is the fact that people suffer in silence. We want our kids to make reports. Listen, I always encourage my kids to go home and talk to their parents, but they should be talking to us first so that we can deal with it immediately, and then we can follow up with the parents. What happens a lot of times when people make reports is they wait a couple days, they tell their parent, then the parent tells us, and now we're having to backtrack through video and witness statements, and it's just awful. Middle school can be a really hard place, but I would rather them make mistakes here than have them go to the high school and beyond not learning how to treat people the right way. We do still have our monthly admin chats. I'm trying my best to put something out of use to the parents every week to talk to their kids about. But it's still going to be middle school. They're going to make mistakes, and our job is to help them learn from that.
Okay, thank you.
My
Very
pleasure.
good. Okay.
Am I free?
We are. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much. All right. And now,
And now I'd like to introduce
Yeah.
my personal friend, awesome colleague, and great administrator, Mr. Drew Stewart, principal of Beverly Hills High School.
all right.
All right. Dr. Breggy, Board of Education, thank you for having me along with everybody else. Because of time, I will try to go through pretty quickly, but please, stop me or in the question period. Make sure to ask any clarifying questions, but I'm going to jump kind of right in. So here's our sort of progress check, and like everybody else, we are in progress for everything. And then each of these sort of bullet points we will tease out here through our slides. So our first bucket, like with everybody, is in domain 3, which is engaging students in learning. And these are the 3 areas that we are going to focus on tonight. There's plenty more, and we kind of went a little bit like in depth for fewer areas of our plan versus maybe more comprehensive for every single bullet point. So I can look at that as we move into our next presentation to you and cover some things that we may not talk about tonight. But again, happy to elaborate as we go. CASP preparation is going well. We have spoken at length over the last several years of what are we doing towards this end in preparing our students for this state mandated testing at the end of the year. So we are continuing on with NWEA. We have started, we've done our diagnostic and we've created we've had our opportunity for our first data chat. This was an unusual day for us. It was a minimum day for our students. We brought in an NWEA facilitator to come in and take our science teachers and our math teachers, our SPED teachers, and our English teachers through some data chat work, looking at how our students performed, and then being able to kind of take a look both as departments within subjects within those departments, and then individual teachers for how they can sort of affect change in areas especially where they see areas of struggle either collectively for a class and or for individual students as we head towards our next NWEA testing, which will happen in January when we return from break. The other piece that I would like to talk about in terms of CASP that you don't see on the screen there but has been mentioned before, one of the things that we will be doing, we have been doing already, but we will specifically be focusing on significantly more in the second semester, will be the interim assessment blocks. And those are the things you're talking about, correlation, like how our kids are doing in these diagnostics. That is more correlated. NWA is a good indicator, but the IABs are created specifically by the state of California to correlate with CASP, and so we're going to be continuing that work and even increasing it in the spring. We had gone away from it to a degree over the last couple of years, and so we're hoping that we will see our students build that muscle memory for the very specific CASP type questions that they will be seeing when it comes to those tests. So we're doing that. PSAT 8 and 9 and the NMSQT, we had that happen successfully a few weeks ago. We have our early returns for our data, and I will say that it's pretty positive, but we were just given the data on Friday evening after we had gone to post this, and we're going to sort of leave you guys wanting more. So we will discuss how our PSAT and in particular the NMSQT students did, because remember a reminder that data and specifically will be helping us understand who our national merit finalists will be as we get to celebrate those folks next year. So we'll be looking at that data a little bit more as we go. AMC 10 and 12, this is the American Math Competition. This was an opportunity that our math department brings to our campus. We had 59 students partake in that last week, actually. And it's not something that many schools offer for their students in-house during the school day. So we are very grateful to our math department for doing that. And in fact, we even had students from other districts asking if their school doesn't offer it, could they come and take it at our school, which we politely declined. However, it was nice to know that it's an opportunity that we allow for our students, particularly in math. We have continued with our student review process. So far, we have held 67 student review meetings and counting. What those are, just as a reminder, is identifying our students that are struggling academically and behaviorally, and oftentimes in both ways, along with attendance, in meeting with those students, their families, with an administrator. We each take a grade level, the student's counselor, and really begin to problem solve. And we will not see the real raw data of sort of the quantitative data for what this will look like until we see final grades at the semester mark. But I would say qualitative returns are actually reasonably positive. I met with a student today, again, as a follow-up from a meeting 2 weeks ago. And we were talking about potentially, I have seniors, him having to go to Moreno. He was a new student to our school this year. He might have to go to Moreno to be able to graduate. And he has, since that meeting, really turned it on, and we're looking at passing all of his classes this semester. And so we may be able to keep him on our main campus, even though he came to us this fall. So we're excited, again, to do that work and work with our families and students and make sure that they know that we believe that nobody should fall through the cracks. Advanced placement. Our goal here, continuing to raise our sort of expectations in the AP world and pushing more students into even more rigorous courses than they might otherwise, was to increase the total number of students taking at least one AP exam over last year to this year. And last year we had 438 students taking at least one AP exam. This year we have 492. So we've actually increased access to students taking AP by 54 students this year. So we're excited about that, and excited because we, generally speaking, always do very well when in our AP testing window in the spring to see how all of these students do on their exams. What else have we been doing in engaging students in learning? We onboarded AVID. We've talked about that as we were preparing for that as the year started. And our two AVID classes have been really doing good work. They've gone on several field trips. They've done a team building outing. They went to the Getty Museum. It's hard to see in the upper right because I'm blocking it. But if you take a look at the presentation another time, that's kind of them hanging out at the Getty doing some work on the floor. They have also gone, they're going to Pepperdine tomorrow. To see a four-year university and begin to take a closer look at some of these opportunities. So a reminder that these are freshmen, so they're starting to have these conversations about life after high school, four-year university, how we prepare and get ready for that. And we're hoping, we know that over the next 3 years following this year, we will add a cohort every grade, so that we would have upwards of 150 students plus engaged in the AVID program, really talking about why four-year college and university is an expectation, and sort of further advancing that college conversation. And then the other thing I would like to say is it took us a little while, intentionally. We had the students getting to know each other at the beginning, and they've now started the tutorial process to take ownership of their own learning. And if you have not seen that, I recommend you come see an AVID tutorial take place. It's not what you would necessarily think, where they're just sitting there struggling individually on something and a teacher comes around and helps them. It's really student-led. They are identifying their own areas of struggle. They are sitting with one another. They are talking about those things, solving those problems together with the help of a college-age person as a tutor, kind of standing by their side and helping guide them, but really in helping the students through that metacognitive piece that is so important for students to understand how they learn and how to help each other. So AVID is going really well, and we're really excited and appreciative of Ms. Chavez, Mr. Lee, who are our two AVID teachers this year, the whole site team, including Mr. Sanchez, who is our AVID counselor, and Ms. Cabellis, who's done a lot of sort of cheerleading for them and organizing for them from the administrative side. The other thing I'd like to say is we started a new AP course this year, AP Seminar. This is a really, really cool class, one that I, quite frankly, had wished that my high school had, and one that I know will grow in popularity as the year goes on. We already have several sections of it this year. Ms. Cabellis was able to visit. I was not able to last week. I was intending to, but she was able to visit and see students in action in their first presentations. And this is, again, a really good course as part of the College Board AP Capstone program, and it's designed to teach critical thinking, research, collaboration, and presentation skills. And it also prepare them for the next course in the sequence, which would be AP Research, which we are in conversations about potentially having someday. And so together, these are aimed at developing these skills, to really have these kids ready for college. with really deep critical thinking, collaboration, and really like the professionalism that they exhibited during these presentations was pretty astonishing. So we're very excited about this new class and looking forward to continuing it. In our second bucket, domain 2, supporting positive student behavior. One of the things, so actually I'll start with attendance first, and then I'll come back to the check-in and check-out. So our ADA, our goal is 95%. We're a little bit low, 94.81. It's kind of interesting if you look at the data for why it is that our numbers are a little bit lower than what we would hope. Is interesting. Our 3 lowest attendance days this year were October 18th. That was following the Professional Development Day, which was a student-free day on the 17th. So we assume a lot of people decided to take a 4-day weekend. The PSAT College Day is our second lowest, actually is our lowest day. And part of that is, just people choosing to not engage in that. And our third lowest day was November 1st. For those of you keeping track, that would be the day after Halloween. So somebody had a good observation, like maybe we could move our Wednesday morning collaboration at any day to the day after Halloween, something like that. So something to think about as we look at our calendars. I know those are bargained ahead of time, but our lowest attendance days are indicative of sort of calendar intricacies. So those of us that are not necessarily math people, which is me, I'm a history and government teacher, but looking at this next two kind of seem a little bit strange. So we had 2.55 students, 2.55% of our students had 3 unexcused absences or more at this point in the year where we pulled this data a week or two ago. However, our chronic absenteeism rate was at 15%. So if I'm looking at that, like how if less than 3% of kids have 3 or more unexcused absences, how are we have so many that are chronically absent? Because chronic absenteeism doesn't take into account only unexcused. It is also excused, even medically excused. And so that's something that we have to understand. That's part of the reason why we are, as a district, continuing to pursue short-term independent study as a means to be able to recoup some of those numbers. It also means that if a student was sick at the beginning of the year and they missed 5 days, and at day 50 when we looked at these numbers, they were at 10% of missed days or more. That number may go down as we add school days and they aren't sick anymore. So these numbers will consistently be in flux. Our chronic absenteeism data is not where we want, but kids aren't ditching at huge numbers. That's the thing I want to emphasize, 2.55% with 3 unexcused absences or more. But we've had 15% of chronically absent kids for a variety of reasons, including things that might be medical. So just something to kind of think about. We have increased our collaboration with families in addressing truancy and with absenteeism in general. We've had a lot more success with our student attendance review team work this year. And then eventually we'll be referring some of those students that can't figure it out to DART at the district level. One of the things I would really like to talk about is our check-in and check-out process. I know the other schools have been doing this as well. This has been a really interesting thing for us to start this year. And one where I think the data suggests our early returns are very positive. And ultimately, this graph on the bottom is a little bit small and a little bit hard to read, but I'm happy to kind of talk through it. And we have a bunch more check-in, check-out data that we're going to be presenting to the staff very soon, and we'll be happy to share the entire data set with Cabinet and with the Board of Education. But ultimately, what it is telling us is that students that participated in it, almost without any variance, the students that did it with the most fidelity had the greatest return on their investment, so to speak. That's not surprising, right? We talk about that in school all the time. The kids that try more, come to school more, put in more effort, the more that they're going to get out of it, the more involved they are, etc. We have seen the same thing here as well. Students with the highest percentage of check-in, check-out completion in particular saw their number of absences plummet pretty significantly. Students who completed more than half of it had fewer D's and F's than students who completed less than half of check-in and check-out. So the data would suggest that it's really working for those that are doing it and doing it with fidelity. On the graph, you can see there that essentially students with above 50% completion of check-in and check-out ultimately had little to almost zero absences, unexcused absences as it went on. So really and truly, it works when the kids have to look adults in the eye every period of every day. They don't get to be anonymous. And the other exciting thing is we are now under the leadership of Mr. Klotzel, our coordinator for check-in and check-out, really starting to tailor it for each student. So I'll skip ahead real quick to the next slide. The bottom left is what our check-in and check-out cards look like. And they will be tailored to what a particular student needs. So once they get admitted to the cohort, we decide, are they here for grades? Are they here for behavior? Are they here for attendance? And then their card is tailored for them. My eyes are terrible, so I apologize. This particular student that we use as an example, he was identified mostly for prior discipline. So this card that was created for him kind of shows that we make sure that we talk about how many lunch reflections this person may had to have, which is one of our restorative practices for students that were having behavior issues. But in addition to that, it's going to be tailored even further because if you notice on the card, it also talks about other things that a student might need. If they need tutoring, special extra tutoring, either at lunch or after school, which subjects and tasks are they supposed to do? And it is tailored specifically for them in that way. Office hours, and I know that we're going to be talking about very exciting in a board policy change potentially is mandated as response to intervention, mandating some of these academic supports. And so that along with our check-in and check-out process, we think is going to be able to capture a lot of students that are more disengaged in school, either behaviorally with attendance or academics. So again, we've completed one cohort of students that was chosen mostly on quantitative raw data on a screen, on attendance paper, attendance paperwork, grade paperwork very early on. Now it's going to be more on teacher referral, and it's going to be more of a rolling referral process. And so we're going to be able to capture students and really tailor the program to their needs. And then lastly, our restorative practices. Tonight we heard from a lot of our students that have concerns. And I'm very grateful to them for coming and speaking this evening. And we want all of our students to feel comfortable enough to let us know when something isn't right in their experience at our school. And so in sort of anticipation of the fact that some of our students, whether it's this year or in previous years, have not had the experience at our school that they would, in a perfect world, want, and understanding that teenagers, by their nature, can be challenging with one another. They can face challenges, whether that's coming from home, whether that's coming from the work that they do at our school with each other and our teachers. We really believe that the way to go forward and support students is less in the punitive fashion that we used to kind of just understand. Like if kids are misbehaving, we suspend them. And then they miss school and the grades aren't as good. And it's this whole compounding sort of snowball. And so while there are some behaviors that are absolutely reserved that need to be dealt with in a more punitive fashion, we have found over time, and most of the research would indicate that restorative practices are the way to go in trying to help our students grow. Excuse me, my phone alarm is going off. And so some of the things that we have already done, we have formed listening and restorative circles. There is a difference between those two. Listening circles is kind of being there and present and listening to students with concerns and trying to understand. Restorative circles would be kind of a next step where we work with groups of students that may be in particular conflict with each other. It can be sometimes be more of an immediate intervention where we try to help students solve differences. And depending on the type of conflict, this can be a somewhat quick process, and sometimes it can be a long process, especially if we're dealing with generational situations. So in addition to those listening and restorative circles, we've continued with lunch connections. We have that is where our staff goes out and hangs out with kids at lunchtime and kind of gets to know them and try to head off issues if they see them, work on littering and all that kind of stuff that we like to see positive behavior from our students. lunch reflections as well. And then that's where they will work with our student support specialist to think about things where they've perhaps erred, whether it's with a fellow student or with a teacher or another staff member, try to be able to learn and grow from it. And then we've talked a little bit about our student review process already. All right, last one. One thing that we haven't really talked about before, tends to be one of these kind of lonely things that you handle mostly at your school site, but it is a WASC cycle this year. So it's our reaccreditation process for our high school. It's been 6 years since our last full self-study. I remember that one well. The last time they came, they gave us a 6-year approval with a 3-year mid-cycle review. The mid-cycle review was bananas. It was during COVID. And I was like walking around campus, like they didn't come. It was like on Zoom, but they have to talk to people. So I was like walking around campus with the laptop, like here's the hallway, check out our kids. It's awesome. So it was a very surreal experience. So it's going to actually be nice to have them here in person. So really we've been working on this for I'm very tired. I apologize. 2 full school years. We started last year with our focus groups on our campus with our staff. We've continued that work. They're visiting us in the end of February. And it's a nice thing. Why is this under growing and developing professionally? We have to take a hard look at ourselves. We have to look at the 6 different domains that they tell us that we have to analyze our work, from academics to social, and kind of everything in between. And then basically have them come in and do like a full physical exam of us, if you will, and then kind of give us the results of that. So we're excited about it. It is a really nice time for introspection for us as a staff to kind of look at what we're doing well and the areas where we can grow. They tend to be very spot on in their diagnoses. And the last time they came, one of the things that they told us is we need to do better with technology in the classroom. And I don't think that that's something, I know that there's been conversation in the Board of Education about early education, but in general, especially with COVID, that's not something that's not an area of concern for us at all. Like we've kind of nailed that. And so we're excited to see what, if any, advice they have for us going forward, in addition to hearing the things that they think that we are doing well. Our PLC work continues on Wednesdays. It has been, some of that PLC work has been with WASC because we do have to do focus groups to prepare for the WASC. So some of it has been based on our academics and our departments. By the end of semester 1, our departments will have identified both their sort of department non-negotiables, their PLC non-negotiables, as well as in elementary they call it grade levels. We would call it sort of like our subject area. Content, skills, and Ms. Cabellis, what is the word? Thank you. Essential standards and content standards and skills. So they've been working on that all fall, and they will have that done hopefully by the end of December. And then in that PLC work, once they've identified those essential standards and skills, those things that they believe absolutely students need to have before they move on to the next grade level, we will then be looking at sort of the next step of that, which is looking at assessments in particular, but not just like creating those assessments together, then taking a look at these common assessments, diving into the data and really beginning to understand, and Ms. Kaber talked about it so well earlier, like what our different tiers of support are going to be for the students that are missing out, that are not reaching grade level content and standards. What are going to be our tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 interventions, both in the classroom and potentially referred outside of the classroom for those students that are not meeting those things on those common assessments. It's a great opportunity for our staff to continue to have those conversations. Lastly, we have conferences, lots of conferences, which is great, actually. In fact, we're going to the PLC conference tomorrow, about 7 or 8 of us from our school. It was a showstopper last year. We're very excited to be taking a different group of teacher leaders there this year to kind of come back with that summer camp vibe and pass the excitement on to their colleagues in their PLCs on campus. So that begins tomorrow in Pasadena, tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. It's coming very quick. And we've also had some awesome staff members going out and actually presenting at national conferences. So Karen Kelsey Lagola, Courtney Scott, and Kathleen Young presented to the National Council for Teacher of Mathematics. And as you can see there, their session was sold out. So they were awesome and people were excited to see them present. So they go, they present, and they also are able to bring back great information from other colleagues that they meet out there as well. Last week, she's not on here, but last week, Nicole Ciccarello, she is on there. Sorry, I skipped her. Nicole Ciccarello presented at the National Conference on Science Education last week, and is actually going to be attending PLC as well. So we have some really, really great staff members with wealth of knowledge on our campus that go out and help other teachers, but it's also super impactful for them to have that experience and build some of the capacity to share their wisdom in-house with our own staff as well. A little longer than I anticipated, I apologize, but that is it for me. If you have questions.
Thank you. Rochelle, are you with us?
Yes, I am. I just want to tell you how pleased I am that I saw scorecards of things that you're doing and how it has impacted the behavior or the instruction of kids. I really appreciated seeing that. That was really something that shows specifically that things are being done for that. I had one question which I didn't write down. It has to do with I noticed one of the things that you did this year that I don't know if you mentioned it, but the shout out for the students and the luncheon. I didn't hear it. Did you mention that?
I didn't. There was so much to cover, but thank you for mentioning it. And I know Mr. Waters just talked about it as well. We did this, and I'll just address that. We did our first student spotlight about 2 weeks ago, and that was really, really great. And as he said, same kind of target audience, kids that are excelling in ways that sometimes go unnoticed on principal's honor roll or various other things. And so teachers had an opportunity in 3 different departments, including counselors, to choose an awesome kid for a variety of reasons. And it may not, again, it may be some of the softer skills. They helped a classmate. They were just really kind to somebody. They've shown incredible progress. So we had that, our first luncheon 2 weeks ago, and I know you kind of swung by and got to see the tail end of it, but we were
I happened to just be there that day and got to see it. I really was impressed by it. And I that was one thing that I noticed. And I guess I really will just say that I am glad to see those scorecards, and you really have done a great job. And I'll think of the question in a little while. If I don't think of it now, I'll give you a shout out.
No
okay?
problem. Thank you, Ms.
Thank you
Marcus.
so much.
Of course.
Student board member Remy.
I just wanted to say that the mandating office hours for those students who are doing poorly in class, I think that's a great idea, because then they'll need to go to those office hours, and then they could get some more work. And then if they don't want to spend time after school, then they'll realize that they have to work harder in school. So I think it's a great idea, great motive to make those students work harder.
Thank you. We'll have to come up with a better word than mandate. But yeah, and then I just wanted to address. You got your tables, your lunch tables.
Yeah, I know.
So they're back.
Thank you.
Yeah,
and they look so nice.
Good.
Okay, Judy.
Yeah, thank you for such a great comprehensive presentation. I wanted to have a little bit more information on the honing in with the teachers, like the Wednesday mornings.
Yeah.
For example, when we had our session, I think it was in August, together, we talked about how it seems like you might meet with the whole English department, or you might meet with the whole math department, but is there an opportunity to meet with like a subgroup of the entire 9th grade English department, or the entire, you know what I mean? I mean, I understand that not everybody in the 9th grade is taking the same math class, so that's separate, but
Sure.
Everybody is taking the same English class, or you could subdivide it between all algebra, all geometry, and so on. With the 1,200 kids, I just think that kind of fine-tuning and carving is really necessary to make a bigger impact. And so that's something that I just would encourage. Maybe it's happening, I don't know, but I felt like in the other presentations it was very clear about what's happening and the monitoring, and I just would encourage you to consider that.
Would you like me to kind of
Yeah,
respond
of
with my
course.
hopes for
Please
that?
do. And perhaps you are.
No, and I can't agree with you more. in terms of that is where we want to get to. And we've heard in a couple different instances tonight that some of these things will take a little bit of time. I'll put it a different way. I am very jealous of some of my colleagues and the time that they have with their groups. We have a Wednesday morning once a week, and sometimes over the last few months that has also been taken up for things like WASC that we have to do, and we're happy to do. And we've lost a couple other Wednesdays. So long story short, we've had about 6 or 7 PLC Wednesday mornings. And we've really been tackling the big picture, like starting with norms. Like this is just not something that we've done at our school in quite this way. We've done other attempts at collaboration and things like that, but we're really trying to be in lockstep sort of with the district and the vision for the PLCs at all the school sites and speaking a common language. So we started, I think, a little bit behind and continue to be a little bit, the word behind, I don't know but you're on your way. Some other people were a little bit ahead of us, and we also have a little bit less time. And so we're starting big, really trying to build muscle memory for what we want these conversations to look like. So it started with whole departments, non-negotiables. They are now breaking up into their grade level specific, if you want to call it that, or their subject specific. So the Algebra 1 team, the U.S. History team, they are now breaking up into that and starting to look at their subject specific standards, content, and skills. And so that is this step, and that's what they're looking for in identifying those things. And then we'll continue that work, as I was mentioning, in the assessments and looking at so we're on our way. We're starting from a little bit further behind, but we are going to get there. Because that super detailed subject area specific stuff is really important.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I think in the interest of time, I think it's amazing, a wonderful presentation. I do have some questions, but I think what we should do is keep on moving through the strategic plan. It sounds like you guys are doing a lot of great things, and I'm really happy to hear that there's more activity with the AP. People are signing up. There's more of an interest. I love that the AVID group is looking at a 4-year school. I love that we're trying to increase the culture of the 4-year college culture and things like that. But thank you very much.
Of course.
And okay, if you would like to introduce the next.
I would love to. If I could please introduce Dr. Hasty.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see. Good evening. I'm going to make this as quick as possible. I can see the look in. That's what they all say. Okay, so I'm presenting on behalf of the entire team, and I just want to definitely give kudos to the team. Amazing group between facilities and construction, technology, nutrition services, and fiscal services. I've come into this job with a very warm welcome, with a lot of support, and I'm really appreciative of that. We have a really good team in place. Just let's look at the slide as we see it. The first focus is really, I like that term industry standard. What we're doing right now is going through the process, especially in the first quarter. I always say quarter or first interim. Really reviewing a lot of the processes we have. One specific example, we were looking at overtime. What was the process to approve overtime? What are the guidelines to support on, when we do that? We've already created that memo. We already sent that out. So those are some of the things we're doing systemically throughout the year that we'll keep on with. Another one, you'll see that second line. Really, that's the statutory requirements of our budget reporting. Unaudited actuals was already completed. Right now, we're really into first interim in that year-end 23-24 year-end audit. So December 10th, I'll be bringing those to report as well. And when we get into the zero-based budgeting techniques, one of the key techniques is making sure we have great communication with our program leaders. So during the first interim round, what we've already been doing, and led by Madi Lu and that group, is meeting personally with people that are in charge of their budgets, going over those budgets, seeing where we are in this first quarter and if we need to adjust accordingly. It is instrumental, very important practice to make sure we're doing this and making sure we're going to land in the right place when we're doing estimations down the line. The last one on this slide I'm really proud of with fiscal services. The first thing I asked is, when did we get trained and when did that happen? October 17th, we did have a training with all the clerical staff that oversee budgets really at the school site or interact with the BEST system. We also had time to talk about the work order system and things like that. I was able to get feedback and really hear where they were at. We reviewed various components in the business services handbook as well. It was a really great day, and we're looking at follow-ups with that, doing maybe an hour Zoom and getting more focus into the business services manual. The next area, construction services. Again, so facility master's plan, that's a big piece. Right now, we're going to have the community survey will be completed most likely this week. And then we're also looking at having a draft ready for December. We're going to get feedback early January and then hopefully have a final draft for the facilities master plan at the end of January. Also, if you look at B3, B4, we knew that completion date. It's going to be summer 2025. And then, of course, the Grand Lawn pre-construction work already started. Yes, big deal there. And again, that work is due to be ended summer 2025. Also, the new Conheim future construction demolition started in October. And also Upper Athletic Field pending final DSA approval. The other one here is community public relations. I was really impressed with how we are communicating with our construction projects via the website. We're running the CBOC in accordance with statute. We also have an Instagram, and I want to say we also reported to board pretty regularly as well. And if you go to the facilities, the first thing there, we're looking to get our deferred maintenance plan completed. That's the 5-year plan that will align with routine restricted maintenance. That'll be right around December. And of course, with the work order protocol, there was really a request to look into that and how we do that. We do have a good system. That was also something we were able to dive into a little bit with the secretarial staff, the clerical staff at our October 17th meeting. But one thing that's needed here is we're going to really put this in writing and make sure we have a protocol that can be sent out so everybody's really aware of how work orders are, for one, executed and then followed up on, and what's the timeline around them. Facilities master plan, that'll be working in conjunction with, again, the construction side of the house, because the deferred maintenance plan and facilities master plan have to have good integration. And finally, you'll see the fit reports. Actually, that's a completed item. We do those in July, and then we follow up getting the work orders done if there's any concerns around that. Let me see, food services. Okay, in the process of implementing the Health ePro software, and again, what is that? That is really a software that helps us with menus, recipes, production records. It's all in one place. We did get some of the menu options in the software done, but we want to take that to the next level to really use all the support that software provides us with developing the menus and also keeping production records. Also with nutrition services, a big thing, I'll just throw wellness in this piece together because they're interactive. Wellness committee was able to give us great feedback on healthy menu options, which then is also helping us with improving our recipes. We were able to reduce sugars, and we're going to bring that back to the wellness committee. What some of those items were this week. We're going to have our second meeting with the wellness committee where we'll be reviewing the policy on our wellness policy and also doing our triannual assessments, which is required by statute. The other thing about utility, the KIT funds, we've spent about $121,000 of that money. I think we have about $120,000 left. And we're looking at, right now, we had purchased ovens, carts, refrigerators, heating cabinets, much needed items at many of our different school sites. And then the last thing with nutrition services, we will be providing more support at the site and communication about the Green Waste program. We do have parts of that implemented, but that's something we're going to be growing. And Green Waste is really when students are throwing away the food and the process in doing that. Okay, so the last one, I believe technology. Yes, I just want to make sure. So technology, so the good news here, we do have that 15% met. We have all the items we need for this year for one-to-one devices for our students. With cybersecurity, we did implement the multi-factor authentication. With those, it's required for all those who have access to our network. And again, anyone using a VPN. And also we're planning to possibly extend that to Aries as well. And we'll be calling that for the super admin users. Also for infrastructure, you see the APs or access points, our Wi-Fi. The rest of the access points will be installed by the end of this week, which will then again help our Wi-Fi and access to the internet. Finally, we're still working with the city on the data center. and we've been talking to a vendor server farm as far as what we're going to be doing to improve our data center and create more redundancy and support for our network. And now I'm going to turn it over for, maybe I'll stop there if there's any questions. Thank you. I will now turn it over to Mr. Mark Mead for security.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good evening, members of the board and guests. I believe I am the caboose, so this is good. We're going to make it. Thank you all for coming. So yeah, we have our 3 safety goals as well. The first one was to review the about 3 or 4-year-old security policy manual. I have done that. I've reviewed it, revised it. All 13 articles are drafted. They've been shared in a year-long agenda with admin and also our CSA security officers. The second goal here is to have monthly meetings, kind of like we were doing last year. We do have tabletops and scenarios, but it's mostly based on reviewing the articles one by one, or two in a month, or 1 in a month, depending on the month. They've all been presented to our partners, meaning admin, sites, CSEA, so that they can review ahead of time. So we're meeting. I've already pulled out salient points that I think are maybe need to be emphatically looked at, sometimes because they're a little different or surprising. But for the most part, I'd say 95% of the document's really good. It's industry standard and is going to be quite easy. It's that 5% calibrating with all parties, making sure we're on the same page. So we're going through that now at each of the 4 sites, having the monthly meetings, reviewing the articles. And lastly, we have a goal this year to further integrate our radio communications and the command center to try to work on industry standards there. Some of this is technological in nature. Some of it is training and specific to protocols and responses and things like that we have. So that one is in progress. We actually had a couple of tech hiccups along the way that we have nearly addressed related to antennas and radio rooms and things like that. We don't need to get into it. But the data is forthcoming. As of last week, we should be able to collect the data and use that also in our meetings related to radio protocols. So things are coming along. We're excited about it. The security policy manual is a big-ish project, but I think it's a good one for a year long. And obviously, we hope to present it for board review, if not approval, around May.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you all.
Thank you.
And I'm just here to wrap it up, to make this very quick. I just wanted to make sure that we had received some feedback from the Board of Education at our initial goals meeting back in August. And I just wanted to make sure that we did address some of the points that were made during that time, if it wasn't evident already throughout the presentation. One, we are asking the board to consider a board policy and a board regulation, which is at the end of the agenda. We'll come to that in a second, based off some of the feedback that you heard for our 612 students around accountability, intervention, and support. Summer school, you'll hear an update from us. We currently have a summer school committee. We are also working with the city of Beverly Hills, so we will have more dates, marketing, information around that, probably December 10th board meeting, if not the first in January, to ensure that we get that out to our public as soon as possible. Course selection process, you heard through Principal Stewart's presentation, which was great. I want to thank the high school administration first and foremost for holding the line around the course selection process and ensuring that our students were held accountable for the course selection process. And then as we monitored those grades, we saw how successful they were when they had access to rigor and they were held accountable for the courses that they had selected. So thank you for that. And it's evident within the course selection process, the increase in our AP numbers. And last but not least, I mentioned at the start, we always like hard numbers and we always want to make that correlation and also slight prediction of how well our students will do on the CASP exam. We will have those more concrete numbers in our next presentation, which will be in February, because our first assessment window will close in January. Thank you. And that being said, I think we are done.
Great.
Yeah.
Bravo. All right. Wonderful job. A lot of work. Let's see. Moving from the strategic plan presentation, Q1 data, can I get an approval, a motion for the approval?
Yeah, I'll move for the approval of the insurance program coverage for the high school building C with Keenan and Associates, SOUP Education Construction Insurance.
I'll second. I'm going to take a roll call vote. We have Rochelle, Ms. Marcus. Okay, she said, okay. All in favor, or I'll make a second. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. I'll make a motion for the acceptance and filing of a notice of completion of the completed El Rodeo School swing gate reconfiguration with Cree Management DBA Operation Gate Systems.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nice gate, by the way.
And fast. Thank you.
Yep.
We can thank Mr. Haas for that one. But I'll take credit for it.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay.
Haas.
All right, thank you. And motion carries. Finally,
I'll make a motion for the
okay.
approval of amendment number 6 to the agreement for consulting services with environmental audit at the high school.
I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And motion carries.
Okay, I'll moving on to board policy.
Yes, moving on to board policy.
So I will make a motion to waive this says waive the second reading, waive the first reading, and approve the second
Wait,
reading.
approval of first reading and request to
Yeah,
waive
we're not
second-
going to do that because that will mean nothing.
Yeah.
So for those
Yeah.
paying attention at home, kids, you can't
Sorry,
waive
Chrissy.
you can't waive a second reading.
Yeah.
So I'm going to move to waive the first reading and approve the second reading of Board Policy 6120, response to instruction and intervention.
A little clarification. So
Yeah.
I think both Ms. Mash, Sherry, and I have a few revisions. So would that therefore negate a waiving of the second reading? No.
No, you could waive the first reading and approve it with approved edits.
If we approve the edits.
Yeah, okay, gotcha.
So you need a second.
We need a second.
Okay, I will second.
Okay.
All in
Thank
favor?
you. No,
Well, I have a few
now
questions.
let's go to your questions.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Mrs. Marcus, did you have any questions?
Is she back?
Oh, she's off. That's right. Okay. Dr. Seaman, thank you for preparing this. We're talking about 6120 first, right?
Correct.
Okay. I'm just going to read this clause to you because I think the word class might be off from where I'm sitting, but I could be wrong. So I'm reading the green. BHUSD will utilize data from iReady, NWEA, CASP, quarterly grades, and teacher recommendations, parentheses, which are based on classroom teachers providing Tier 1 interventions for 6 to 8 weeks with documentation before recommendation to support class. Did you mean to support an intervention class?
It really should read.
support class.
To support, yes, for the support class.
I mean, recommending to go to a support
intervention.
class.
So it
Intervention
said-
class.
Yep.
Yeah. I can see how
Recommendation
you'd read it.
for
Okay.
intervention is what it should read.
Okay.
Okay.
For intervention.
Yep.
You got it.
Thank you.
Sure. Then, my next question is that you have 6 to 8 weeks, but that means that it's going to be, let me ask it in a different way. Imagine that we adopt this policy and I have a high schooler, a middle schooler, and an elementary schooler. What does this mean for each one of those kids?
Yep. And so high school and middle school is really where I'm going to say that we're really focused primarily on in these recommendations. Currently, right now, let's use middle school first. We have students that have 7 courses. 5 would be considered your true requirements by Ed Code, and 2 are the opportunity that we provide our students that is very unique to Beverly Hills. We give each student 2 opportunities to select an elective course, and exactly that by definition, it's an elective. What we are seeing is over time, we are seeing that we have students that we are already identifying within the first 6 to 8 weeks, because we're standing here today telling you, we know that there's kids with D's and F's currently. And we know that some of them have multiple D's and F's in multiple courses, primarily in math, science, and English. Yeah. And it's not an engagement thing either, because they could be also failing some of their electives. However, when we approach, sometimes we get pushback from the parents and the community of saying, nope, we're going to leave the kid's schedule. I don't want to fight with the student. Yes. But us as the adults need to make that determination of saying, you know what, it's not a right. It's not an educational right that you get this elective. You get science, social studies, English, and math. And if we want to see a change in our test scores and we want to see our kids succeed, we have really great intervention programs created, but we are getting pushback in some incidences where they're saying, no, I want to go
the regular route.
Yeah.
So what is this elective called in the middle school?
Anything outside of science, social studies, so meaning in our pathways booklet, it would be anything outside of our math pathway, science pathway, English pathway, social studies pathway, and physical education pathway. Physical education is a required course in our middle school.
Okay, so I get a report card home. My student is in this class. The class is called...
Oh, so it placed into, so on the second page, you'll see what... Yeah, our exactly. Courses or our courses that provide support. So we have anything from our Core Academy course, Mr. Watterson.
Oh, it could be any of these.
Yes,
would be it.
It's based off the SST and the collaboration with the parents and students of what is it exactly that they need. I'm going to use another example is that in our community, we have found that the leap from elementary to middle school, a lot of our English learning students have also waived support because they want access to an elective course. Now they have the right to. Per ed code, they can say, hey, I don't want this. But then we notice that then we get them into the courses and they're floundering. Okay. And so what we're asking board support is allowing us as educational experts and the Board of Education as the school district to be able to provide the interventions that we've created and funded and invested a lot in to get our kids the proper support that they need based on the data.
But timing wise, so of course the net is always good. A net is better late than never, right? But timing wise, would it be better to place these kids in at the end of 5th grade so that they're not missing the first 6 to 8 weeks? So how do you see it working out?
Yep. So ultimately, this is initially, let's say we started the school year, we did our diagnostic, we already have our watch list, we are still monitoring that watch list. We come to this point in this conversation of we're at that quarter mark and these kids haven't. We've already had the one-on-one meetings. We've had the parents in. We now need to pull the plug in the sense that we now need to be able to make sure that we can get these students into a supportive environment to salvage or support and move what we can for the remainder of the semester, if not at some point the remainder of the year.
Okay. But what I'm asking is, do you think it would be a good idea to take a step further and anticipate so that instead of waiting to see how it pans out in the first 6 to 8 weeks before the 5th grader sets his or her feet in BVMS, it's already known that that student is going to be in a support elective?
Yeah, let me back this up a little bit. Sorry, I keep looking.
Or does that already exist?
It's going to be every quarter. So this is our responsibility within that 6 to 8 weeks is to identify basically for the next quarter. Okay. So let's say that we see the student comes in pretty strong, but then second quarter, which we're currently living in, they start to really struggle. Yeah. And we're looking November into December, and we want to then can make that recommendation for second semester to make that change. An example would be like you stated in 5th grade, we already see the student come that second semester of 5th grade is struggling. That's when we utilize the articulation between like a Jamie Weddle, Shailani to our 6th grade counselor and Principal Waters of saying we need to immediately put this student directly into a core academy or support level intervention. So they're coming into 6th grade. and into ninth grade. So again, that articulation between, you know, second semester, something happened in eighth grade. We need to make sure that this is happening. And now we have board policy to support that decision and that conversation with the parents and the students.
And then is it all eighth graders would be with eighth graders in their support class, or is it variety?
So in the 612, there is a variety based on leveling. And so that's the one hard piece. So an example would be like Learning Lab is a credit recovery program that we utilize as an elective course at the high school. And it allows us to have, say, because they've already done seat type already for that course, I could be doing psychology alongside algebra as they're working around. And so that would be an example of varied years of schooling within the same course.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Makes sense.
Dr. Seaman, one quick question. If a student is placed in an intervention structure, is it then reevaluated each quarter, or so they can move back into an elective or not?
Yep, only at semester breaks though, unless it's a year-long course.
Got it.
You know, so I mean, that's where that individualized SST meeting has to be held for them to. I'm going to use the word "by the way" back into. Yeah. You know,
well, it's a privilege. It's not a right.
100%.
Yeah.
Well, I think we're just trying to set them up for a better foundation. To succeed.
Yep, a lot of questions have come around just AVID and stuff, and so we have intervention like strategies and like AVID in all of our intervention coursework, and those teachers have come with us to those trainings, and so we just need to make sure that we get the students in there to receive the support that they are showing us that they need through the data that we're receiving. You know, scoring 2s on a CASP or even a 1, and maybe they aren't in a tier 2 or tier 3 intervention situation. They're a general education student. Nothing's happening within the classroom that can meet their needs, and so we need to provide them more executive functioning and all that stuff.
Thank you.
Yep.
I like this policy, and it's very necessary, and you touched on two things, but I want to just make sure that they are implemented, however you would like to word them. But one, the extent to which it's mandatory that they do this, because I do know, and I can understand, if there's let's say a fourth grader who's struggling with math, and the last thing they want to do after school, or whenever this might take place, or during math, let's say, the last thing they want to do is go and work on math. I get it, they're a kid. And I also understand moms and dads, and the kid says, I don't want to do it. I don't want to, be pulled out, and then, everyone makes fun of it, which isn't necessarily true, but they feel self-conscious. I would like in the policy for there to be some language about the extent to which it is, I don't know how you want to say it, mandatory or strongly recommended, I don't know, but I get it. When something's hard for you, you steer away from it, but that's very much what a certain cohort might need. Also, can you address the
I'm sorry, Dr. Stern, what are you asking specifically to go? Because we're going to vote on a final thing here, so we have to be clear about it.
Okay. I would like to, if you could tell us exactly how mandatory it is, or how are we addressing it in terms of our language to say, this is in your best interest, and as you said, trust us as experts in education that this is something that, I don't know at this hour how we decide that, but how can we say that so that it is made clear that, they have to do this?
Well, it's a policy, thankfully, right? That's
But
law.
that's exactly is. I think we are. I'm gonna associate this with the example of like cell phones. Like we initially said, no cell phones. It felt a little uncomfortable. We just heard from Principal Waters that actually this is a really great idea. I think parents too are stuck in this middle between the student and the our district of we are making the recommendation that the student needs intervention, and then the kid comes home and says, I don't want it. And the mom calls back and says, you know what? Thank you, but no thank you.
Yeah,
and then
and
all of a sudden we get
do.
CAS scores back and we say, oh, interesting. We've had 7 touch points with this family, but that doesn't show you in the data that we've made 7 different opportunities or recommendations for this child to change. And the pushback was the parents because the student copped an attitude at home.
Right, or not even copping attitude.
Yeah,
They just don't want to do it because they're a kid.
May have happened. I may have heard it on the phone the other day.
We're taking all the gray area out of it, and we're making it, the focus is on academic achievement, and this is how it's going to be.
And this is something that I've learned that private schools in the areas do. If a private school student is struggling in an area, they're getting help.
Yep.
They don't. It's not a choice.
Yep.
That's it. So it kind of helps us stay on par with that kind of attention to academic detail.
Totally. Colleges, if you're a college athlete, you have mandatory study tables. If you're in a fraternity or sorority and you're struggling at a university, they have mandatory study tables. So that's what you have to kind of consider. This is, listen, we're going to get you back on track.
Right.
So let's work together as a team.
It's prescriptive. The other thing too is, I would love to have a pre-intervention test for baseline, and then a post-intervention test, so that we know, hey, look, this was the condition, this is what we did, and this is the outcome. So I don't know if on the fly here we want to say a pre-intervention baseline test will be administered, and subsequent to the intervention, after one semester, post-intervention testing testing will be performed. I don't know.
So I think the way that we drafted this, just and totally open to anything, is really around grade performance in the classroom. And so that's really where that pre and post would come from. We're utilizing things like the iReady and CASP and stuff to help us initially identify those diagnostics that we just took. But then we're really looking at that 6 to 8 weeks, like Judy was asking, of like, they're not doing any homework. They're failing every test. And so that's what we would really monitor. That kind of buy yourself out would be starting to pass your coursework, looking at the diagnostic during second semester, recouping those credits that they failed.
I think what's important to understand is, I'm hearing, and thank you for bringing this up, Dr. Stern, is they're not leaving their math class. They're not leaving their English class. They're getting concurrent help.
Correct.
So it is going to be the metrics used in that actual class that will determine, you know what I'm saying, Dr. Stern? Are they ready to get, well, it's not return. They're never going to leave. It's, are they ready to go leave the intervention? That's, and that's pretty standard.
And what's unique and different to us too is that we've created a schedule where there's an example in the middle school that there's 7 courses, and even at the high school where there's a lot of schools. I can't name one actually, and I know a lot of people that has 2 elective opportunities in the middle school. So what we're saying is, it's like you can stay in Spanish if that's your desire, or if instrumental music is why you're showing up every day, we're going to keep you there. That's that individualized meeting. But we're going to take you out of STEM for right now, or we need to take you out of photography because we need you to focus.
You're not taking it all away.
We're not taking it all away. It's a 50-50 shot kind of thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
So subject to that one change where after the word recommendation, it would say for intervention.
For intervention.
I think we're good to go.
Okay, so do we vote on it then?
Yeah.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion carries. Moving to the next.
Beautiful. I'll do the same thing. I'm going to make a motion to waive the first reading and approve the second reading of Regulation 6146.11.
All in favor?
No. Discussion.
Okay,
Do you need a second?
I just have one question.
I have 2 questions.
Go
ahead.
When does this take effect? Because there is an impact on outside credits.
Yeah.
So how is this going to be structured?
So, selfishly, I would like it to be everyone today.
Pitchforks.
Selfishly,
Pitchforks, Dustin.
For the maximum
I
effect.
know.
Yeah.
For reality.
Don't do that to Drew.
I know. For reality, for us to see this policy make any sort of significant change long term, it should be a rollout. When we have students come into our district and into our, I'm selling myself out right now, Drew, because I'm like, I want it all today. But is that through the Norman guided notification to parents. And so what we would be proposing would be that change of this incoming freshman class.
Not sophomores?
So but that's what I'm talking about now.
I'm here for you.
Yes.
Is
I do think that it's important because we have already identified, and this is exactly it. We have already identified those that are taking linear math externally because there's more online partners in the game than there were at the initial draft of this board policy. and more of our students are taking very obscure online that are WASC approved. You know, they are vetted, but we don't know who they are, what it's following, what textbook, and then they're coming in and going into pre-calc, and we're noticing.
But Dr. Seaman, I think we're talking about two different new rules in this one policy. That's how I'm interpreting it. So the first one is, and stop me if I'm wrong, the first one is that we are reducing, if we agree, that there will, instead of 40 outside BHUSD credits, there will be 20. And I'll be honest, and I'm a rip the Band-Aid off kind of a girl, but cutting it in half gave me a little bit of sticker shock on this one. And so that's the first issue I think we're discussing. And then the second one is about the math classes and certain math classes other than geometry and honors geometry having to be taken within our. So do you want to take it one by one?
Can I just make a suggestion? Sorry, just housekeeping. Our new board policy, or not so new, is that if it's 9:30, we can take a vote to continue or not to continue. I have a feeling we're going to need more time. What we could do is we could take this discussion of this policy and perhaps move it to next meeting.
No, why don't we just extend the meeting till 10?
Or we'll be done
I'm not
going
to vote for that. I'm sorry.
We'll be done with this
We're
one
going to
in
be
5
done really
minutes.
quickly. There's really nothing after this.
We'll be done by
Oh,
9:30.
So
okay, well then not.
This is the
Are we?
last vote to take.
Yeah.
Okay, but then we have a discussion.
All I
item.
asked is when this would take effect, and we're taking the long route
Okay.
to that answer here. So
Okay.
I'm just wondering, is it next at 25 class of 25-26?
Also, can we excuse, on another note, may we excuse some of our teaching personnel so they may go home and freshen up?
You don't have to ask
Beauty
me.
sleep? Is that okay, boss?
Have a good night.
Absolutely. We're almost finished, but yes.
Get outta here.
Great job tonight.
If you are double parked, you can leave.
Go. Yes, that's fun.
So you're thinking
Please.
next school year, this would apply to the incoming freshman class, or
At minimum.
At minimum.
I would like to be able to consider, we have our current freshman students already in the seats, that we wouldn't look at what they took the summer before coming in, but that 20, if we go still with the 20 credits, that they would then have 20 credits moving forward. And that we would no longer allow them any linear math.
So the freshman class, if they had brought in credits with them, you would still let those and still give them the 20.
Yes.
But the incoming would have 20.
Only have 20.
Okay. That seems fair, and I'm okay with that. I just wonder, does this have to be delineated in the policy, or that's...
It's in our Norman guide.
Fine. Okay.
That would be up
It's
to
practice.
us to, yes.
It's practice.
So let's talk about this. We have a lot of students, and this is a question, do we have a lot of students taking 40 instructional credits outside?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
We do.
Yes, we do.
And
every year it seems to be increasingly.
Yes.
And did you consider reducing it to 30? Why? On what basis did you go for 20?
Yep. So there's two things impacting part of this bring is one, we as a district took over summer school.
Yeah.
So we now offer free summer school. So we have that free advancement. You want to take Algebra 2? Come take it with us. It's our instructors. It's on our campus. We can identify educational gaps and move you forward.
So it's less of a change than you would think because you're still taking summer school and so on, but it's with us.
Yes, it's with us and free.
And it's not an outside credit.
It's not an outside credit.
You can still take the 20.
Yep. So you still have the 20. The 20 represents, so this board policy initially was really written around world language because we saw when we, as administration came in, we had a pocket of students that spoke Greek, a pocket that spoke Russian, and they were doing external world language credits. And so to be able to award them that 40 credits, we haven't seen that in the last couple of years. Most of our students are doing the 2 and done. So the 20 allows for that, what's required by A through G of external world language credit, and you're done.
Yep.
But let me ask you a question. We do have some very ambitious students who are not gaming the system, but they take a lot of outside classes to beef it up for applications. Would this hinder that subset of folks that we want to encourage.
Yep. And so students are only based or judged off of, remember, college applications are regional reps. They are based off of what we have the capabilities of providing. An example is if your school doesn't provide any AP, you're not, and we provide 27 AP, our applications aren't directly being compared, right? They're getting compared to what they have at their home district, and we're getting compared on what is on our home.
To each other, yeah.
Yeah, and that's what our school profile. So within this board policy, if we say we are only allowed 20 external credits, that would be the indicator on the school profile, and that's all that they would be able to look for on that transcript. Now, if kids do take external credits, we always recommend when they apply to colleges, they can send as many transcripts as they want.
They just can't use it for us.
Yeah, they just can't use it for our graduation and to earn a diploma.
What other high schools are you familiar with that have the 20 cap?
A lot of high schools don't
Most.
have the external. And a lot of them don't even have.
Most.
Yeah, but most of them don't even have the external allocations. Most of them are requiring you based off, because they're ADA and they have staffing concerns. Most of them make you take
Theirs.
Yeah,
Yes.
I don't know anybody that has 40.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, for example, a Pally does
Yeah.
not have 20.
I don't think they have any. I think that they're all on campus, their summer school. But and you have to understand, when I said that a lot of people are going into the online realm, a lot of them, like Palos Verdes is an example, I was just working with them, they've just launched an online academy because they're trying to keep their enrollment up because they're ADA. And so if the student is trying to take an external or online credit, they're just enrolling them directly into their own academy.
Okay.
It'd be like if we opened up the ILC floodgates and let everyone just take it online through the ILC.
Yeah. And then, we also have a lot of students, sorry to be the naysayer on this one.
No.
I just want to flesh it through. We have a lot of students who do traveling in the summer. And so what impact is this going to have on those families?
And I think this too is, I say this every summer that I've worked here even, and before I was a former school counselor at a high school district, is, at some point we also have to make those decisions. If my students' educational gaps are more important to address, such as I'm going to allow you to take Algebra 2 online while we're in France,
right,
and then come back and jump you into pre-calc and then start screaming at Drew and I about the kids not doing well in pre-calc and scoring a
You're
2
like,
on the
"How was
cat.
Mykonos?"
I know. But you get what I mean? Is like, so that's what we're trying to grapple with. And I don't think that we're opposed to 30 versus 20. We went with 20 because of the world language. If we wanted to do maybe a slow roll where we started to look at this of saying, maybe our current 9th and 10th get 30 credits and our incoming 9th get 20 credits, so it's not as tight on the current students that we have at Beverly. That's always something to consider as well. I think with the 40, it does allow some students to totally sidestep like our science pathway completely. And then we look at our CAST scores and are confused by why it says 42%.
It's a hodgepodge of instruction.
Correct.
Or lack thereof.
Yes. And not saying, and I'm not saying, fusion's better than this, that, or the other. The game is just so large now that no one in my position can manage all the different opportunities. We can Google 15 different online providers right now, and we don't know who's on the other end of those now.
And I do appreciate the option, but I want to stand really firm with the administration's recommendation of 20. Okay. If we're are really focusing on academic achievement and rigor, and it isn't about gaming the system. It is often an opportunity to have less rigor and to find a way around. And some people may feel as if they have that same sense of accomplishment, but the quality of programming is so different and it impacts our students greatly. And we already have a significant number of students that come into BHUSD well into their school journey, where they come in, it's middle school or high school, and they still represent BHUSD when they take their CASP score. So that would be our recommendation. That was in place before. I just feel like there's been a lot of watered down curriculum, and if we're really focusing on making some changes, our kids can handle the rigor that we're offering here.
Okay. So then the 20 equals 4 times 5, 4 classes of 5 credits each.
Yeah. So two 4 semesters of 2-year-long courses. And for those at home, when you think of, like, if I'm a current 9th grader and I took health and personal finance over the summer with BHUSD, those don't count, right? That's a BHUSD transcripted course.
But if you took it with Method or Apex,
correct,
that's grandfathered in for our 9th graders.
Yep.
And up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And then this gives the opportunity for us to continually to reevaluate, looking at our course, because we're going into course selection. This is why this is so timely. So I apologize that it feels lengthy, but we want to be able to update the Norman Guide. We want to get communication out to our current 9th and our incoming 9th grade families, making sure that they understand to prepare for that you have these 20 external credit opportunities. So how are you going to use them and use them wisely?
Okay. So let's be clear on what we're agreeing on for timing.
Yep.
We're saying, or we said, you say it.
So our current 9th grade and our incoming 9th grade families would have this represented within our Norman Guide, that students would have the opportunity to take 20 external credits, which is 2 full year courses, or 4 semester long courses, or 1 full year course and 2 semester long courses. Outside with an external provider that's WASC approved, which we already have those guidelines. In addition, and now I'm up in the game, in addition, we are asking the board to consider the language that on page 2 of stating that due to the fact that we are directly evaluated primarily on ELA and math, which is also directly aligned with our SAT and CAS scores, that we are not allowing students to utilize those 20 credits as an opportunity for ELA or math. Because then accountability, you can now hold us directly accountable for those scores, because we know that our students are receiving the instruction from us that we know is great. And it doesn't muddy the waters any further.
Okay, so now we're talking about second page bottom. Students cannot take any English or math courses except geometry or honors geometry toward the credit. This summer I bumped into a group of young guys, our high schoolers, who were taking the geometry so they could level up in order to take the MSA. So are any other courses required like that for these fun pathways that are also really rigorous?
No. Okay. In the sense that part of why we are allowing, and not saying allowing, we worked with our math department, we talked to our teachers, we also looked at data around student progress and performance. Math is pretty linear all the way from TK all the way up until 12th grade. There's little bubbles of geometry throughout, right? And total visual conceptual over here, very linear, black and white, x plus y equals z. And so you can take geometry externally without stopping your progress through linear math by getting to 75% of your CAS questions are going to be algebra based. Your SAT questions are almost all algebra based. I think 10% is geometry on the SAT. So take out that 10%, you took it online, you didn't do really well. I'm just doing odds and numbers here. You still have a 90% chance of scoring really well on the SAT by taking your linear math with us.
Okay.
And that's that. The second paragraph real quick is just what we're doing with the seniors is asking for policy around timeline. What we're doing and seeing is some of our dropouts. So again, looking at our graduation rate, the kids aren't dropouts or they aren't meeting graduation they're not turning in paperwork because they did do external credits, or we're not getting it in time to be able to submit for our CalPADS report. And so we want to create clear guardrails for ourselves because the data doesn't reflect the actual performance of our senior class. And saying we should be at 99% graduation rate, yet you didn't turn in your SMC transcript, or you didn't turn in this. And
So
so,
if you didn't, you're taking that class your senior year.
Yep.
Or go get it.
yes.
Okay.
Yep. Stop.
Thank you.
I'll get it to you. I'll get you. I keep looking down. You know, you have friends that'll say, "Oh yeah, I owe my counselor this transcript." We need that in yesterday, kind of thing.
Okay, so can we call to the question?
Yes.
Right.
Thank you for that lively discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Very good.
Enjoy your policy, Dustin.
Good luck with that one.
Thank you for the
Thank
work
you.
on it. Let's see. Finally, we are moving to
Is it
board
board dis-
discussion. Discussion on post-presidential election results and addressing student behavior. We
Yes.
start with Dr. Brady.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Stern, very much. I know that the hour is late, and it's been a very long day, an exhausting day, and an emotional day. And I just want to take a moment, though, to just address a very important aspect of our commitment in creating a respectful environment and a supportive learning environment for everyone that attends Beverly Hills High School and all Beverly Hills Unified School District schools. As educators, we take our role very seriously in what we do here. We're guiding students, not only academically, but also in fostering responsible, civic-minded engagements. We work with students to get them to understand the value of expression, respect, responsibility, and in light of recent events, I just want to share a little bit about kind of our approach going forward. It was not easy at all to listen to our public comment, and that really stays with me throughout the entire meeting tonight. And there's a lot of work that we have to do moving forward. But I do want to just share with you that it is our job to champion students, their freedom of expression, and encourage their active engagement with issues that matter to them. We uphold these values and these principles through these learning moments with our students. And while we value the freedom of expression and the respectful civic engagement, we always prioritize safety and the well-being of our students and our community. And so during the recent demonstrations here at the high school, staff closely monitored the events and acted swiftly. Keep in mind, we're often outnumbered with the number of students that we have. But when those expressions crossed into disruption, our staff did step up and we did ensure that we were in a safe place. Now, we don't condone behavior at all that disrupts our community or that makes our students uncomfortable. Our primary responsibility always is we're focusing on student safety and their academic success here in our school district. I think the school district supports the high school administration in encouraging this respectful dialogue. And obviously after what we've heard tonight, that dialogue needs to continue and to have that respectful dialogue so that all students are feeling comfortable and that we're all upholding the standards that reflect our district's core message and our core values. Respecting all perspectives while placing student safety first, that is the most critical job that we have. This moment tonight and our recent events, it really serves as an important time for us as students learn the opportunity and really the balance between expression and their responsibility within our school setting. And that's our primary job. And we do that as educators with passion and the love that we have for our schools and our entire school district. We have some work to do. And I am so appreciative of hearing comments tonight. We'll be following up. I'll be following up with Mr. Stewart, some of our parents that have reached out to me via email. We really care a lot about our community. I know that I feel so fortunate to work here and to also live here in Beverly Hills. And it's worth taking this time to get it right and to really understand how people are feeling, how people are feeling uncomfortable and unsafe in some situations. And that is an ongoing commitment that you have from me as your superintendent as we continue, is to find out more so that we can learn more about where this is happening, when this is happening, why this is happening. There's no quick fix, but I know that I work with a team that is incredibly dedicated to getting this right so that our students feel safe, so that they can thrive personally and academically. And so I want to share that with you, and that's one of the reasons why that's on our agenda, so that I can share that with you and so that people do understand the commitment that we have. This is not just a job for us. This is our life's work, and it means a lot to us.
I want to thank you for that clarification and explanation. I think one of the reasons why I went into this profession is because I'm very interested in young people. I really do inherently love the idea of young people. I am very happy that we are at a time in which our children are no longer apathetic about their civic duties and leaders, and that is one positive thing. And I like what you said, and I agree with you that we want to continue to support safety and the comfort of everyone, and that all students are welcome and all students are valuable. And I love every single one of them. And I appreciate your words and your forethought. And I can tell that there are a lot of staffers and administrators and teachers who also care about our students and want to support them. Yep. So if there's any other comments from students or is our student? No? Okay. All right. Anyone else? Okay.
The hour is late. I have a lot to say on this, but I'm not going to belabor anything tonight. But just for the record, it's sitting heavy on me. Mm-hmm. It's not the high school I went to almost 40 years ago would have never tolerated anything like this. And it feels like we took a giant step backward last week, and we need to change that.
With that, I want to announce that our next meeting is actually at Hawthorne. So that is a change, right? Our next. Yes. Yep. If you do come here, you will be met with an empty room for our next board meeting. So that'll be at Hawthorne, but there'll be more information about that. Other than that, have a great week, and thank you, everyone. This is adjourned.